Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, May the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I was going to ask if you could see me or see my screen and hear me, and William is saying you can. Anybody in YouTube, maybe the same thing, please. If you can hear me and see my screen, that'll help me. So, guys, couple things interesting to me anyway with Interactive Brokers. So there are now shorts available, a lot of shorts available for GME and AMC, approximately 1 million each. After the last few days, there was almost zero. So I have an alert set for GME to see if it takes out 40 and see, to see what happens at that level. I'm not saying it's over, but we've had a big drop from the pre-markets, almost $65 down to 40. So that's a $25 drop. Thank you guys in YouTube. So there are other things happening. So let's take a look at Edible, EDBL, earnings play, super low float. Earnings play, super low float. Yeah, about 300,000 in the float. And a few weeks ago, it got up to almost 13, I think. Yeah, 1247. So this is an earnings play, a ton of volume already, 6.8 million. And yeah, just as I was getting set to open the room, this one showed up, AWIN, another crazy low float, 620,000 in the float. However, it has already pulled back a huge amount percentage-wise from 548 down to 385. Hey, but before I keep going here, the SPY guys, we are now, of course, we don't count the pre-market or after hours for the official totals, but SPY is on its way to an all-time high. And I guess the CPI numbers came out at 8:30 Eastern time. And I guess the market has obviously reacted very well to that. And economic stuff today, let's see. So I already had the CPI at 8:30, retail sales at 8:30, business inventories at 10. A couple of guys talking, Kashkari at 12, all times Eastern, of course. Kashkari, one of the Fed presidents, talking at 12. 3:20 also, Bowman. I'll be gone by then, but Kashkari could have some effect. But obviously the big news is the CPI. So the CPI numbers came in and the market is rejoicing for a while anyway. Yeah, it's sort of amazing, isn't it, William, how many shares showed up for AMC and GME overnight? At Interactive Brokers anyway, but you're also saying Fidelity. All right, DLO. This is an earnings play also. A lot of volume coming in, down 30% on earnings. DLO, down 30% on earnings. Yeah, I'm just checking. This is almost basically a lifetime low now, guys, for DLO. Basically a lifetime low. Well, I'm only mentioning this one, the Y10. This is being delisted by tomorrow. It'll be a pink sheet stock tomorrow. They do not comply. So it's not just about the price. Everybody thinks it just has to have a price over $1, but they also have to have a certain market cap, etc. So anyway, Y10 does not qualify anymore to be on NASDAQ. So they are delisting starting tomorrow. They'll be trading on the pinks. And I mentioned this because now, of course, this is reverse split adjusted. I don't think this was ever up to 54. This is just reverse split adjusted. But you know what? A few weeks ago, it had, got up to $17 and a bunch of fluff. Now, here is a more expensive one, but where is it now? Mandy. MNDY Monday. Monday.com. So this is an earnings play. This is a big gap up, 19%. Not very much in the float, 33 million in the float. It's a very low float for a $217 stock. Company out of Israel. What did they do? Cloud. Okay. Cloud-based company. So that is Mandy, MNDY. Big gap up. And Sun Power, man, oh man, remember how exciting it was yesterday? Sun Power, all the news in it. Well, the tariff news regarding solar. So all the solars did something like this, it seems. They had a big pop up, then they sold off over the course of the day. And now today, SPWR, this is an earnings play, and obviously not great. So IPW, take a look at IPW. This is an earnings play. Okay, didn't see it earlier. It was under $1. It's over $1 now. So IPW. Sort of getting the dregs now, guys. Of earnings plays. I know we still have a lot of earnings plays, but they're all kind of cheap. WISA, WISA. This is an earnings play also. Also driving licensing business opportunities. Okay, but it's also an earnings play. Yeah, wonderful. All these streaming services taking away my NFL games. Not I have it. I have Netflix. I have Prime. But boy, the world is certainly changing when it comes to live sporting events. And that's what you're talking about right here, Kiri. Yeah. Netflix nears the deal for NFL games, extending its push into sports. Hey, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Now, I did not mention the FFIE. This is under $1. But if you're into the under $1 stocks, this is up 81% still. It did get up to 70 cents at one point. It's an earnings play, such as it is. But if you're into these, which I'm not, but I'll always display them because I know there are people in the room that don't mind playing stocks under $1. So Edible looks like it is trying to have maybe a red bar ignored. So it's not a classic red bar ignored. So you see that red bar in my 15-minute chart. So there's your uptrend. There's a red bar, but it's not totally engulfed by the previous green candle. However, I'll actually put more weight in the fact that there's a bottoming tail there, and then the buyers closed it there. So if it can get over $8, this could have another run. So Michael Storm, how do I change the scanner to only show me upside move, not down? So it depends what you mean by an up. I mean, are you talking about stocks that are positive for the day? Okay, guys, let me now, 9:10. Let me take a look at the, I mean, we were in for a big, robust open right here. So again, we don't count, well, we typically the pre-market or after hours not counted for all-time highs and anything, but right there at 527. Right now, we are at an all-time high, though. And that is for the SPY. What a run it's been on. I mean, look at this run ever since it tested 500. Look at this weekly chart. Remember this? It was all over, guys, right here. This week, it was all over. We're going to crash through 500 and who knows where. And then the brakes were put on, recovered the following week. And so far, we have been on a move or on a run. Well, you're asking something that's pretty hard, Michael, but you could use, we have a running up filter or alert running up now. Okay, you can try that. But you know, the market is going to give you ups and downs throughout the course of the day. Every stock is going to do that. So if you just want to see every time a stock just makes a move up, you'd have to use something like the running up now. Hey, Ferret. It was just an innocent question, okay? Don't dump on Captain. Well, obviously, okay, Michael. I mean, if during when the market opens, I mean, new highs of the day. I mean, that's obviously going to show you stocks that are still moving up. But you know, but understand. I mean, look at the SPY. I mean, what if the SPY took a little drop here and then it popped up? So you're not going to see that. I mean, we do have a running up now. Okay. Well, you'll only get an alert if that's all you really want. That you'll only get. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If all you want is to see when stocks are running up now, then you can. Then that would be your alert. Okay, that will be your alert. So if I right click, I'm just going to show you where it is. But I mean, it's up to you, of course. I think you're getting a little too fine on it, but if you type in running, so running up now, if you just want to see stocks running up now, then you can use that alert. Okay, and you can actually in the dollar amount, you can tell it, well, how much does it have to be running up before I see it? Like a dime, 5 cents. All right, guys, I want to take a look at the sectors now to see what's happening. Again, I'm sure every single sector is going to be wildly positive. That's why I had my sounds were off. I was wondering why I wasn't getting the sounds this morning. Okay, guys, so I'm going to load my sector status. You know, I was going to say, except for maybe energy. So yeah, energy can be kind of the wild card, even if the market's moving higher. All the major sectors moving higher. Energy can sometimes be the contrary. So here we are. Now, first of all, let me explain this. So XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. So when you see 60% in red, that means that 60% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And I don't see any real outliers though. Oh, an outlier would be, for instance, I see Halliburton is up 0.37%. It was up like 4%, you know, really contrary to what the rest of the sector, the majority of the stocks in the sector are doing. That might be interesting. Same thing with, here's communications. 93% of them are up from yesterday's close. TTWO is down, probably the only one that's down, but it's only down 0.28%. So I don't see now individual sectors or ETF watch, XBI. That's the biotech ETF. This is the Russell. This is SMH is the semis. And I'm just checking. I want to keep checking utilities utilities which are still running away from that 200-day moving average. Good one, Captain. So you're being rather prickly this morning, hey Farad. Any particular reason? Okay. And you're in the support area, okay? So yeah, exactly. Shady. So you know what? I'm actually going to delete that, okay? I mean, you're sort of nonsensical posting. All right, guys. So obviously still keeping an eye on GME. I'm not suggesting it's over at all. I'm just intrigued now that there are a ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Morning, Brooke. I think CSL. Yeah, this is another one that's under $1. CSLR. Now this one was really active yesterday. BKKT. And it's still active now. Not a ton of volume. Only 22,000 shares now. Only 5.5 million in the float for BKKT. It's actually an earnings play. This is actually an earnings play. So I'm sorry, it is not an earnings play. They release after hours today, so it is not an earnings play right now. Morning, Shaw, in our YouTube room. Some alerts, Gerald. Okay, some alerts work in the pre-market. Now it depends. I mean, obviously the pre-market highs. There are alerts that do work. However, if you're not getting any, it's very possible that what you're doing is you're using the relative volume filter. Okay, if you have the relative volume filter active in the pre-market, other than one, okay, we've sort of got a hack in. So if you use one in the relative volume, it's fine. But if you're using the relative volume filter in the pre-market, you will not get any alerts. Okay, so it's not that they don't. So you'd have to disable that. You'd have to take it out. Common question. Okay. There is a list of alerts that do actually work in the pre-market, but if you use that filter, though, anything over other than 1 for the relative volume, it will not work. So for instance, I'm going to get into my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. So, and I'll show you what I mean. All right, guys. So this is what I've got now. This is what I'm using for the pre-market or for the once the market opens. But notice I actually do have, I actually do have the relative volume, but it says 1. That's a bit of a hack that the developers have come up with a long time ago, I guess. So if you use 1, then you will get data. But if you use anything other than 1, you will not get data in the pre-market, okay? Well, Renee, that's a tough question. I mean, trading profitably is all about, understanding how to read charts and things like that. I mean, I could give you a great scan, but if you click on an alert, it doesn't necessarily mean that, you take the trade right away. You have to have an idea how to read the charts. So it's difficult for me to answer a question like that. This obviously I like the scans that I have for me, but every single time I get an alert doesn't mean I trade it. It's that these are just ideas. I think so. If you're not looking for abnormally moving stocks, I mean, it depends on your trading style too. Of course, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks that, yes, you're right. I'm looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. As an intraday trader, I don't want to get into something or look at something that is not giving me any sort of volatility. It's just going to flatline for the day. So I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. And the number one way, of course, is looking at the relative volume. And then the other way, coupled with the abnormal option activity. Well, anything here. Now, when you say, again, there's a difference between trades and ideas, right? These are generating ideas. This scan right here, generating ideas. The 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, generating ideas. These are all trading abnormally, though. Everything I see is trading abnormally. But now it's up to me when I click on the alert, what do I see on the chart? Does it make sense for me to trade it? Is there enough room for it to move, especially if I'm seeing a stock that's at the high of the day, near the high of the day or near the low of the day, you've heard me say it a million times, then I start looking left on the daily chart, on the weekly chart to see, okay, if I took this trade right now, how far could it go until it hits that next high? And if I think it's got enough room to move, not that, and obviously there's no guarantee it's going to move to that next high, but at least I have a reasonable expectation that it could move a little bit before it hits the next high. And that's all I look for all day long. Now, that's not the only way to trade, of course. A lot of people would rather wait for a pullback to maybe the VWAP, or maybe to a moving average that they like. I mean, that's an excellent way of doing it too. I don't typically do that, not because it's bad. It's just that, I try to concentrate on the ones near the high or the low of the day. Doesn't mean I won't take a pullback trade, but I just try to concentrate on, and I'm also concentrating a lot now on this distance to the next high and low. Nothing happening in the pre-market, of course, because it doesn't trigger until the market opens. So really, Renee, it's all about reading charts too, okay? Understanding that if you took a trade, where is going to be your stop if it doesn't work? And then once you've determined that, say your stop was I don't know, 20 cents away. If you look left and you see the next high a nickel 5 cents away, I wouldn't be taking that trade as an example. I wouldn't risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. But if I saw the next high was say 40 or 50 or 60 cents away, then it starts to become something that I'll definitely look at. I don't mind risking 20 cents to potentially making 40 plus cents. In other words, 2 to 1, 1 for 2 risk reward. And you are welcome. So GME really, a series of topping tails now, guys. I want to see how many shares are available now. Yeah, still, there's been some snapped up, but there's still 906,000. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? This is nothing to do with trade ideas, nothing to do with your trading account, your brokerage. This is Interactive Brokers telling me, how many shares are available. And you can see how they're being a little bit snapped up. When I looked early this morning, there were about 900 and almost a million. But you can see, I think this is all real time also. Now, also, if you have our AI, you have our premium service, then you have our AI. This is all I would do. Just have this window up and running, okay? And how to load that window. If you click on new from our toolbar, new from the toolbar, and then you'll see we have 3 that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. I know I say it every morning, but it's amazing to me how many people say, how do I use the AI? Is there a video on how to use the AI? This is the only thing that I do. I try to completely and utterly uncomplicate it. Don't go to the channel. You've got a lot of information there. Like, look, if you want to go to the AI channel, I can't prevent you, but if you're just looking to simplify the whole process, just have this window up and running. I would also, if you see that little filter box, if it doesn't say none, it may say profitable, okay? And that is kind of the default. Personally, I would uncheck it. I would want to see all the trades, whether they're profitable or not, okay? Sometimes, the AI gives you an alert trigger, and maybe it drops down below it. Maybe it's just a little easy or early, and maybe it starts coming back. Maybe you could get it at a better price. So my idea is always keeping that to none, so you can see the alerts all day long. And notice the window is empty right now. Nothing will happen until at least 9:40. Okay, so that's what I would do. Whoa, so there's GME just triggering me at that 40 level. Now, obviously, you got to be careful, okay, because if the memers get a hold of it in a big way, anything could happen. But at this point, the low yesterday, it did get down to 35, 36, just underneath 36. There's another area where I will put a price alert. And thank you, William. Yeah, so the market's going to open in about 15 seconds, everybody. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. All right, we're now open. There's Edible, guys. Edible now making a high, a new market high. BLBD, Bluebird Core. This is an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. Did see this in the pre-market, but it was kind of erratic. But Bluebird, BLBD, and this is actually an all-time high now. So BLBD is now an all-time high. It was an all-time high here yesterday. It is now further as an all-time high. Probably a pretty low float, 32 million. Yeah, but look how choppy that Edible was. Popped up to 849, goes back down to 750. That's why I'd like to just see things settle down a little bit. Well, this is an earnings play. I don't know if I really saw this one. DT, this is an earnings play. I got right into the 200-day moving average, and then it stopped. All right, there's Edible now, guys. I mean, it has been choppy, but now when you look left, it's too early for me, but 1248 is the next high looking left. But I would probably be, you have to be aware of that 200-day moving average, which is at 1188, but that's still far enough away, about $3 away. And it's halted. You are right. It is halted. And GME is halted on the way up. That's what I was saying. I wouldn't, even though I'm itching to short it now that I have shorts available, you just got to be awfully careful. Okay. Meanwhile, the market is still putting in a nice big green bar here to open. Pre-market high got up to here, 527. No, obviously, NVIDIA is having a good day. This is the two-time long ETF for NVIDIA, NVDL. So NVIDIA must be having a good day. Must be up 1.8%. This is a two times. So NVIDIA must be up 1.8% or approximately. Yeah, 1.85%. So NVIDIA is having a good day. Back getting close to the all-time highs. Wow. So yeah, so AMC and now the AMC looks like this got halted on the way down. Yeah, there's a big pop up here. So this AMC got halted on the way down, and GME got halted on the way up. All right, guys. AWIN back up. AWIN back up, and obviously it's got a ton of room, but it is you got to be careful with that float. It did hit five, almost 550 in the pre-market. This actually showed up on my Distance to the next high scan, a very cheap one, but when you look left, it's got over $2 to the next high, so that's why it showed up. And there it goes, guys. There it goes. AWIN going now. Looks like this. Wow, this is really going, but it's still really. I mean, I'm looking at this time and sales. So if you're in this one, just be really careful, okay? Yeah, so edible now still halted, right? Yeah, edible is still halted. Where could it open? Now this could get me in it if it comes back down below 894. So what you're seeing here, this is a time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do blue window, nothing to do with this MTC again, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Okay, this is Interactive Brokers. This tells me the halt price. You can't see the symbol, but it is edible. This gives you maybe a bit of a clue as to where it may open. No real clue here. A lot of times you'll see like a halt at 894, and you can see this column here. Could be like 902, 910, 915 above, sometimes below, of course. But anyway, no clue as to where it's really going to open. But if it does open in 5 minutes, and there it is. Wow. No, that was a big drop, guys. I mean, I think it may have hit 920 or something so briefly. That's ugly on the first halt. That is really ugly. GME opened and did not. So maybe this got halted on the way down. That is ugly, guys. The edible. Ooh. So I guess it did pop so briefly above the halt price, but then it just collapsed. Ha! William, are you saying that because of what I think? For the reason I think you're saying that about the CNBC analyst? Okay, again, this is another crazy one. MTC got up to 12, almost $13 yesterday. So you're not talking about Michael then, William. I thought he did great, John. Talking to John in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Here's a short. Here's a high short for short float percent, 20%. Sana got a little bit of room, 944 or so. Oh man, I missed this one. Roku showed up on the distance to the next low. 63.51 was the alert. Okay, I'm getting closer to getting more interested in taking a trade, guys. Just waiting another 5 minutes or so. Man, oh man. I mean, here, I just couldn't pull it. Okay, but look at that. A-Win, 934, 396, got up to 531. This is on the distance of the next high. Scan. Is edible halted again? It is. Yes. Yeah. So if you're wondering, well, why isn't it showing up? Again, it's one of the vagaries of our servers. I don't get the halt sometimes when it halts so soon after it resumes. And I guess it's the server that I'm on. Whereas William and others do get it. Well, ANVS now, guys. This is another one we saw yesterday on that scan. Distance to the next high. Obviously, a ton of room. However, now this is coming right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, right into the 200-day. That 200-day moving average is 1026, so it's getting really close. Can it go through that? Or is it going to stall right there and come back? And yes, this is an AI alert from our AI. Yeah, edible is halted. Yes, well, it is halted. SOWG, let's see. So good. Great name. So good. So now this has room also. I don't think I've seen this one before. It is an earnings play. No volume. Sorry, guys. Absolutely no volume, even though it is an earnings play today. No volume at all. Sorry about that. Not sorry. It showed up on the Halts Resume. So had to click on it to see what was happening, but guys, GME now. GME is looking really weak after that halt. Resumes coming down, but look weak yesterday when it got down to 36. Okay, that was a low yesterday, and then it closed up here 48. So okay, so guys, before you get too excited about this Y10, I went over this in the pre-market. They are delisting today. Well, tomorrow. So officially tomorrow, but they are delisting notice today. They will start trading on the pinks tomorrow, pink sheets tomorrow. Okay, so that is Y10. Y10 announces delisting from NASDAQ. I mean, it could not maintain a 2.5 million stockholders' equity. Suspension of trading in the company's common stock on NAS will be affected at the open of trading tomorrow, May 16th. So, all right, guys, A-Win. A-Win, guys, now. But again, if you're in it, just be really careful, okay? I mean, that float is insanely low. So, I do videos on some of the AI plays a lot. And, AWIN is a good example because you got the alert at 528. Okay. But look what it did after. It got down to 519. In fact, I think it even got down lower. In fact, you're right. Well, you're right. You're not right. You're not talking. But this is the alert. This is the candle. It actually got down to, I can't remember, four something, high four, maybe 480. So we had the alert at 528. I got down to about 480. And then it came back up to 528. And so, as I was saying in the pre-market, treat the AI like a watch list, okay? Sometimes, you get an alert, it might be a little bit early. But it is ripping now, guys. But, be careful. When I say be careful, do not wander away from your computer. All right. Now here's your level that it could stall at or not. Look at this. There's the high right there at 645, and it popped through briefly. All right. I'm offloading a lot here, guys. I don't trust it's going to get through here. It might. And if it does, the next high is 694. It does well, if it gets through that high, it does have room to 694, yes. How ugly is this daily chart? I mean, I don't think anybody thinks it's going to hold its gains today. So, because look at these topping tail. I mean, same thing happened this day. Same thing happened a few days ago. Big spikes and then the big sell off. So, I don't think this is going to be holdable for the day. I may be wrong, but okay, guys, I'm watching VKTX. VKTX showing up on that distance to the next high. Of course, it's well over $2 away. GME. Well, getting closer and closer now to that low of yesterday. Okay, guys, I've actually taken a loss on the VKTX. We'll look to get back in it. Again, I'm reducing my risk on these because I'm still kind of testing the waters. VKTX. Okay, so I've just kind of want to. I'm testing the waters on these. Okay, so actually coming back a little bit. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, this is a scan that I'm running for the last 3 days, distance to the next high or low. And when I get the alert, it has to be, when I get the alert, it has to be at least $2 away from the next high in the daily chart. And you can see, obviously, that was the case. The next high is actually $80, so well over $2 away. Just give me a minute, Todd, okay? I am, yes and no. A little cryptic answer, I get it, but just give me a moment, okay? I'm back in this VKTX, okay? That's why I'm waiting. I almost took it out at over 76 when I was a little slow. Okay, so I just have to give me a moment as I'm watching this VKTX. All right, so this is the deal, Todd. This requires a custom formula. So the first question to you is, and anybody else, have you ever created a custom formula before? Well, great. Then this will be a lot easier. There's GME now, guys. GME at the low of yesterday. So give me a moment and I'll show you what the custom formula to use is. Okay, so this is the custom formula to use, okay? So if you know how to, so you just put that in the source box. Put that in the source box. Give it a name. I mean, I call it distance to the next high, low, but whatever name you want. And what I've done, I'll just show you the filters that I'm using. You don't have to use the same ones, of course. And I can't, the problem, I can't give this to you because it's got the custom formula in it. And so, but it's pretty simple. I'm just using, this is my price range, 1 to 100. Current volume is at least 1, 300,000 shares. Again, this is all, nothing. This is just me. If you want to have something, anybody listening to this, if you want to have different filter values, that's fine, especially in the price range. Up or down 2% from yesterday's close. And this is the value that I'm using in the custom formula, okay? So I want it, when I get the alert and my trigger, either a new high or a new low of the day, when I get that alert, I know that the next high will be at least $2 away, or the next low will be at least $2 away, okay? So that's the whole basis of it. So you could actually take existing scans if you wanted and add that filter in. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just following an internal discussion. Oh my goodness. Well, guys, it's a corny, but one good trade, boy. One good trade. AWIN. I was sort of piling on it earlier because, or dumping on it earlier because of how erratic it was. But once it kind of settled down, got over that 5 level again. Now I've taken most off, most of it off, but still have a little bit left just in case. And it's halted, I know. No, I would, the bigger the merrier in terms of a gap for me, David. I would certainly know. I mean, to me, if I see here's GME. I mean, $24 now, $24.50. The only thing I'm still wondering about is when I get an alert and it's a new high for the day. No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, forget. I have to rethink how I'm thinking. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at this, guys. So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, there's the halt, AWIN at 816. Look at this potential open. And here it is on our AI. 54% now. But look at that potential open. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to open there. Well, in fact, look what happens. I mean, it just sort of flits around for the 5 minutes. 9:55, 49 seconds. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open 49 seconds after 10 o'clock. That is what, but you see what's happening. I mean, it's again, now it's starting to drift down to that halt price. All right, let me take a look at some of these ones early on in the day. Okay, obviously where was this one? The AWIN, or was it 396? 396. So GME resumed at some point. Well, I shouldn't say no, but you would anticipate some kind of a bounce. Are the apes really going to leave it alone today? Okay, guys. So again, if this is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open in 9 seconds. Okay, this AWIN, it'll open in about, less than 9 seconds now. It should open right now. There you go. So this was a big gap down. So if you were in this one, like me, I'm out of it now. Okay, out. But you were hoping and praying that it would open right when you saw those opening at potentially at 9. I mean, it's still erratic. I'm gone now, though, guys. I mean, wow. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but I mean, this is a short float, 18%. It may be just one of those. I mean, crazy low float plus pretty high short float percent. Well, here's another one, guys. This is not showing up on that distance to the next high, but the next high is 776, okay, for BCRX. So this has got some room. It's through the 200-day moving average, BCRX. All right. So if you're looking for a pullback play, this could be it. This is from our AI also. Okay. This is an earnings play. SRAD is an earnings play. SRAD is an earnings play. Big gap up on earnings. But when the market opened, it just basically gave everything up. Not quite. So the AI is looking at this as a potential pullback play. I did not do the halt strategy on AWIN. No. It was not the first halt. Okay. So it wasn't a candidate for me to do that. I was in it though. I was in it, so I didn't have to do it. I had a little bit left from my initial buys, but so I did not do it. I wouldn't have done it either because it was a second halt. That's just, I mean, it's not scientific what I'm doing. It's just sort of a bit of a feel. I found that the first halt can be pretty good if it comes back down through the halt price and then pops up. All right, guys. BCRX is still moving here. Still has room. 7-7. I'm not in it. I'm not in this one, but pointing it out. And it just showed up in the combo scanner. So did it get halted? No. Okay, guys. DLO is very interesting to me. Now, William said that they came out and they were honest or something. Is that what you were trying to imply? That it was refreshing how honest they were about their earnings play? The reason I'm saying this is now showing up on the distance to the next high. Now, of course, this is an earnings play, and the reason it's down is because of the reaction anyway. So I'm watching DLO to see how well it holds over 10. In fact, if you look at this, look at the pre-market action, guys. 1009, 1010 is kind of the highs there. If it takes that out, it could have a run. Okay, so I put a price alert for DLO around 1010. And I'm noticing it's now dropping underneath 10 again. So that's why I'm not going to do anything unless it has to get up to 1010 before I'll even consider it. Okay, so it is now dropping under 10. So it may not do it. Okay, it may not do it, but no harm in putting a price alert at the 1010. So I'm trying to understand, are they saying the fraud shorts can take a while to play out? So are they implying that ultimately this will move higher once the, oh, just give me a moment. Ha, that's my music service now, Spotify. All right, guys. Well, there's a bit of a bounce now for SRAD. Okay. From our AI, 956 on the alert. It's timed that bounce pretty nicely, actually. Got up from 956, got up to 980. Not bad. All right. 4 is showing up now on the distance to the next high. So if I look at the weekly chart, it is $4 away. I know what I can do. Yeah, so actually, the distance to the next high is actually $3 away. Can't see it on this daily chart, but if I did expand it a bit, that's what we'd see. So I'm going to watch it. I want to watch it around 70. Right now, the bid ask 69.99, 70.15. Pretty good relative volume, too. I mean, 4, it's on an earnings play, so there's something happening with this one. Kansas City Chiefs and Shift 4 partner to power ticket sales. Okay. That was yesterday. That was the yesterday news for 4. Wow, look at Flow, guys. Flowers Foods, Flow. FLO. All of a sudden, a charge came into this one. FLO. It's not enough. I don't know where the all-time highs are. Lifetime range, 73%. So I guess I'd have to look at a monthly chart. Check to see where the so it looks like, yeah, so the next high in a monthly chart, pretty close actually, 2633. It's at 2611. If it can get through 2633, then the next high in a monthly chart is 2910. So there is room on this one. Four was a possible buyout. Okay, I didn't see that. So LiDAR, I did see that LiDAR got halted and then resumed. And now it is ripping here. It's a big one from a few days ago, 3 days ago. And that's LIDR. Well, next high looking left on the weekly chart is 408. So it's got room on the weekly chart anyway. This one, this might have been a candidate for me to get into this on it. Maybe not. 286 was the halt. So it looks like it opened at, well, it's hard for me to know now. All right. How's WISA doing? WISA doing really well. Volume coming in. Look at the volume coming into WISA, guys. WISA. Next high is round 5. So that could easily stall it. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I think that 5 could stall it. Biggest volume bar of the day, though, and this 10 o'clock one. The 10 to 10:15. So that's the biggest volume bar of the day for WISA. Something must have happened with T2 after hours yesterday because it got up to $6 approximately. They did a private placement at $3.95. So it's way above the private placement price. Okay, guys, RSKD just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Okay. And this is breaking out, obviously. This is an earnings play today. Yeah, it's earnings play today. Israeli stock, RSKD. Let's see what room it has on the monthly chart. Yeah, so 625 is the next high in the monthly chart. If we can somehow get through that, 673 is the next high. What's the float here? 90 million. So it's not low, not a low float. Barely trades options, 193 contracts so far today. That's 3.2 times normal, but barely trades options. Meanwhile, LiDAR just made another new high, guys. LIDR, not in this one. I do want to get into this RSKD. I just want to see how well it holds 6. The only concern, of course, is that monthly high at 623. What do they do, RSKD? What do they actually do? Not that it really matters, but engages in fraud prevention solutions. Okay. All right. Well, it's not moving. I'm talking about the RKSD, not RSKD. Sorry. I do not want to lose sight of it, though. Okay. I do not want to lose sight of the RSKD. So I have my alert set. All right, FMC showing up on that scan, guys. The distance to the next low. The only issue is the 200-day moving average is certainly less than $2 away. The next low is more than $2 away, but that 200-day moving average is close, fairly close. All right, so the market is helping longs right now. It's certainly not hurting longs. Probably short is not the way to go right now, depending on the stock, of course. But market is trying to break. Excuse me. The market is trying to break out of this. All right. I might want to short this one, the FMC. It's like to see it stall a bit though. Pretty extended on the way down. The other way to use these, of course, is maybe playing bounces though too. Especially if it gets close to this 200-day moving average. Could bounce off that. All right. Well, I guess that was. I'm assuming Shady took this at some point. I'm assuming he might be out now. It was a nice little pop, but now it's starting to move down again. All right, guys. RSKD getting back up again. All right. GME just taking out the low of the day now. Interesting. Lots of shares now being snapped up. Remember, there were about 1 million in the pre-market. So about 350,000 have been snapped up. Okay, guys, taking it. Okay, maybe a little early, but I'm in the RSKD. Okay, I am in it. Maybe a little early because it has to get through, I think, 622, but decided to take it. It looks like it's had a decent little bounce back. So and so where did I see it? It was right here in the 10-day daily breakout. The alert was at 10:15. We're at 10:24 now, so almost 10 minutes ago. And it's back at that alert price. So all right, guys. Wow, fast morning. Look at AMC now. Wow, AMC. Did you say they did a financing again? You know, they seem to do it every couple of months at around 250 million. I can't remember if it's shares or dollars. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Well, at least they did it at a higher price. Look at GME now, guys. Well, it was fun while it lasted, a couple of days of excitement. All right, guys, it is now, wow, 10:25 already. So I will go over my homepage and I'll show you the scans that I'm currently sharing. And if you're new to the rooms, welcome to the rooms. There are 2 rooms. I am moderating a YouTube room and also what I call the main room. The main room has more action, more traders conversing amongst themselves. Okay. There's the LIDAR guys, LIDR, getting closer to Shady's 4 target. So if you click on the, just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So right at the top, here is how you can take out a subscription. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And as always, if you take out a subscription, please use my code. This will really help to keep this room free. It is a free room. When you use my code, the room gets credit for the sale. It's that simple, okay? And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. Starts off with the download and install, first startup and login. I'll scroll down here. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? You have to do that at the bare minimum. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. We try to get all the important issues right here, okay, in the 10 short videos. Important segments. Trading 101. Now, if you're new to trading, I think this is a great series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So I think this is a great, and it's all free. Okay. If you're new to trading, stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. It is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Look at LIDAR now over 4, guys. LIDR over 4. We have a great education section right here. If I click here, and then you'll be brought to the user guide. Click on the user guide. A lot of questions that I get can be found in the user guide. I don't mind answering questions. And by the way, somebody said, had an email, not to me, it came into the general email. This is a support room also, guys, okay? It's not just a trading room. It is a support room also. So if you have a question, I mean, if I can't answer it immediately because maybe I'm doing something, fine. But, this is a support room, and I'll do my best to answer any questions you have. And again, if I can't answer it, I'll try to direct it maybe to one of the other traders at Trade Ideas. Okay, so don't be shy. Ask questions. Because the email that I saw said something about I didn't want to interrupt Barry or during the trading and all. There's no interruption, okay? I'll let you know, believe me, if I'm in something that I have to have 100% concentration. So I have no problem, somebody asks a question, most of the time you can find it in the user guide, how to create a watch list, how to create price alerts on charts, sound alerts, but of course I will demonstrate it. The reason I'm showing you this is that you should have a reference because, you may forget the things that I say. So it's always good to know where can I find the reference to most of the important things of Trade Ideas. Now, you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. It's like any other user guide, lots of information, but you don't have to learn everything. I take a break. Nope. That's the getting started. Got ahead of myself. That's the getting started again. Here we are. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. Usually that would mean Jamie. I will confirm. Jamie sometimes listens to me. But I will confirm that it will be Jamie in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Assuming it is Jamie. And next, if you're looking for my scans, so if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. This is the center section. Click here. Here are the current scans that I'm sharing. The relative strength leaders is right here. Okay, I know I've abbreviated the title, but this is the same one. The combo scan only gave one so far today, the BCRX. Breakouts and breakdowns. Okay, somebody asked yesterday, what do I do to look for shorts? Well, the breakdowns. Interestingly, none today. We only have breakouts today. No scans have met all the filter requirements to be in the breakdown scan. Okay, halts resumes over here. It's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. The pre-market actives up looks a lot like this right now, okay? So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So if you have any questions, again, don't be shy. Yeah, it's probably the only one, Ale, the only one that is not included. I don't know why, but it is not. You're talking about the equal P. The equal P is literally where the next high is. Assuming you have clicked on an alert that gives you the new high of the day, then equal P will tell you where is the next high on the daily chart. Okay. So you've obviously been to the custom formula materials reference. You've obviously been there. So I don't have to show you that. Okay, good. The only other, but it's not going to have the equal P, but you may or may not be aware of this page also. So these are the filter codes, okay? These are some, which is not on that other page that you've probably referenced, okay? These are filter codes. So if you don't have that, if you haven't seen that before, I'll just pop that link in for you. And again, we're talking about custom formulas, which is an advanced topic. Okay, most of our customers do not do anything with custom formulas. All right, guys. So, what is Trade Ideas? We're the company that can show you LiDAR every time it makes a new high, LIDR. So, all kidding aside, we are a real-time alert machine, okay? There are a lot of companies out there that claim to be scanners. Maybe it's semantics, but we are a scanner. What those companies are typically are just screeners. And this is this, of course, we can screen. So I'm going to show you what I mean. This is an alert window. So if I right click on it and click on configure and then click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen for stocks. This is the screening aspect. When you create an alert window, you should, well, obviously you have to have screeners, otherwise, if you just said, well, I want to find all stocks making new highs of the day, you could get thousands upon thousands of stocks coming at you all day long. So obviously that's why we have the screening aspect, the filters in this particular scan. If the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, great filter. This means that the stock has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's time of day sensitive. I call this a momentum scan. This gives it the momentum. Okay, the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes 400% of normal, etc. All these filter values have to be met, and if they are, and the stock makes a new high of the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened with TYGO at 10:35 plus 19 seconds, which is not that long ago. Okay, TYGO met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's how it works. And these are all real-time alerts. Okay, that's what we are excellent at. So if you like this scan the way it is, great. It's on my homepage, but of course you can make changes. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, maybe you see a filter that you'd like to add. It's up to you. But this is what I'm sharing right now. And of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. If I click on search, you'll see right at the top, the 2 most popular real-time alerts, the new high and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I scroll down a little bit more, when you see these icons, these are our filters that we have. So Just like I said about the guide, the user guide, do not get hung up about how many real-time alerts we've got and how many filters that we've got, screeners that we've got, okay? You do not have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many should be obvious, but I'll explain it. When the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So how could they overcome that? Well, they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and different filters so that with all the different trading styles out there and the thousands of customers we had, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, that's the only reason there's so many. You do not have to learn them all. Case in point, myself, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. Okay, that's it for me. As far as this doesn't mean that all these other ones are bad. It just means that for my trading style, all I care about is seeing the new high and the new low of the day. That doesn't have to be your trading style. Okay. And I only use a handful of the filters. I don't get too caught up in all the different indicators that you can have. Okay. I just use a price range, minimum volume. I love the relative volume filter, and that's about it. Again, it doesn't mean that the rest of these, if you want to see the change from the 50 SMA, you want it to be a certain percent, go for it. Okay. But that sort of thing doesn't make any difference to my trading style. So that's why consequently I don't use it. Well, shoot, I missed my DLO. While I was talking, I saw I had the price alert, and I wanted that one around 10:10. So it's run away from me a little bit here now. So I am an intraday trader. Okay, I rarely do I swing trade. So my goal every single day, and if you are an intraday trader also, your goal should be basically the same as my goal. How do we find the stocks that are trading abnormally? This window right here, this relative strengths lead us from the close. I mean, if all you did was look at these stocks all day long, and if you wanted to go long, you could probably just get away with doing that, especially if you're new, okay? And because you can overcomplicate trade ideas with trying to create all sorts of different scans and having all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows. Yeah, they'll give you alerts all day long, but you'll be clicking like mad and probably getting nothing done. Okay. So this one now it doesn't mean, when I look at AWIN, it just means, click on it, see what's happening. Is it setting up for me to trade it? Okay. Is it, if you're a pullback trader, did it, like, there's the VWAP 656. Did it get back into the VWAP? I guess it did kind of. It pulled back down below it. Is there a moving average that you like, that maybe, if a stock pulls back into a moving average? So it's not just a matter of, okay, if you see the alert here, or you see the symbol here, that you just automatically take the trade. You've got to have some trading experience. The LIDAR might be setting up again, LIDR. It pulled back. It pulled back to, well, look what it did. It actually pulled back right to the VWAP, 364. Okay. And then it popped off that. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, so there's all sorts of ways to trade, and you have to practice. That's why we've got a simulator. All you need is our standard service. Okay. And you can use our simulator. It uses our real-time data, and you can practice trading. And I should emphasize every single day, before you commit money to the market, you should practice trading. Okay. Until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when you're trying to trade your live account. There's no emotion when you're in a simulator. You get stopped out of a trade. Oh, well, okay. No emotion. Big difference when you are trading live. So until you develop a game plan with proper risk management, forget about trying to trade. And for me, risk management is all about, if I take a trade, if I look at something that I might want to trade, I have to know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Okay, where's my stop? Obviously, not every trade is going to work. I have to have a price where where I will get out, at the very least get out. Sometimes I'll get out earlier if I don't like the way it's trading. And then coupled with that, how much am I actually going to risk on the trade? So I hope it makes sense that if you've got a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. I'll maybe demonstrate a little later on, a little money management using our simulator. I demonstrate risking $100 a trade. But it's amazing. Let's say I took 1,000 shares of this LiDAR. If you're new to trading, you might think, well, man, you're risking $4,100. You took 1,000 shares of this and you're risking $4,100. No, that would only be if I let it go to zero. Okay. But that's the whole idea of having a stop. Okay. You have to put a stop. And the stop has to be based on something. Okay. Like I know some people say, well, I'm going to have a 1% stop or a 10-cent stop every trade or a 20-cent stop. I can't prevent you from doing that. To me, that's not scientific enough. To me, a stop should be based on something, looking at a chart where there might be a good support area meaning a lot of action. Like you're right here, imagine this on the daily chart. Okay. You might look at this and say, okay, this looks like pretty decent support around the 230 mark. If it went down below that, I want to be out of the trade, as an example. And get out of the trade. That's the discipline. Okay. The discipline involved in money management is obeying your stop. And sometimes it's very, very hard to do because you get into a trade, you can't believe it's not working. We're talking about it in the room. Maybe it's got great news. News is not a reason for me to take a trade, but it doesn't hurt. It's a bonus. But sometimes it just doesn't matter. The best setup in the world with the best news in the world, the market is ripping higher. You're going long something and it doesn't work for whatever reason. Well, get out. You can always get back into that trade, or, maybe it sets up again for you. You can always get back in. All right, I'll actually do it, Will. I'll go over a little bit of money management. It won't take me very long. And it involves our. Just give me a moment. Okay, this is a IPO, guys. Let's see if it's exciting or not. Ray, could be. Yeah, could be. 1.5 million shares. It's out of China. Okay. The IPO was priced between 4 and 5, and it's, just opened. So the key will be, actually it was priced at 4. Okay. So it's above, but it's very whippy right now. So it was priced at $4. So I'm going to have to delay that, Will. Okay. So 1.5 million shares at a price of $4 a share. So right now it is, well, it's above the IPO price. It did pop way up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick a price alert around 550. Well, not around. I'm going to stick it right at the high of the day at 550. If later on in the day, this, I don't want it to happen right now. I'd like to see it settle down for a couple of hours. It may not. Because these low priced, low float China IPOs can go crazy the day of. Now, it's not for everybody. In fact, look at it. It just took out that 550 right now. So what'll happen is, if it makes another new high, that could be my signal later on in the day to maybe get involved in this. but it's halted now too. And by the way, you notice what happened here, guys. So I would say 90% of the time, you see that Ray showed up as a resume. I would say that 90% of the time, an IPO is going to show up as a resume. Okay. This halt resume scanner is not designed for that, but it just happened to be a quirk that we noticed when we developed this halt resume scanner, that IPOs were showing up as a resume. Again, it doesn't happen all the time, but I would say probably 90% of the time. Now, the other thing you may have noticed, in my price alerts, okay? Now, typically I do not put anything in the notes, okay? But if it's an IPO that's coming up, I will put in the notes so that I can quickly know, first of all, is it China? How many shares? And what was the potential of the IPO? What was it being priced at potentially? Okay, because then that tells me immediately that, okay, it was between 4 and 5. Right now it's at 5, very low float, and it's out of China. Without my having to kind of, dive into my memory banks and figure out, I can't remember. So all I have to do is put it in the notes section. And what I do with the IPOs, let me just show you. I have got an IPO calendar. There are a lot of them out there, but this is the one I use. I'll give you the link for it. But this is the one I use. So if I go to my IPO calendar, so you can see, I don't see Ray here. I guess here it is right there. Okay. So I don't think I've got these done. This probably super high international holdings. That has a interesting Morgan Stanley, and this looks like it's out of China. But this is what I do. I'll just take one of them, okay? This is obviously a fairly big one coming up, Bo. But I'll just take this one, HDL, Morgan Stanley, and but first of all, I do want to find out where it's out of, and it's out of Hong Kong, okay? It's pretty, to me, it's fairly obvious. So HDL. So what I do is I'll type HDL into a chart. Of course, it's not trading yet. So now I right click, I create the price alert. I'll put $1. And now in my notes section, I mean, it's not a low price one, but you never know. Okay. 2.7 million. So I know this is my shorthand. So I know 2.7 million. Just give me a moment. I'm going to have to, shoot, it's hidden behind here and I can't get it. Well, 2.7 million. What was it? 21, something like 21 IPO. And I will put down that Morgan Stanley is involved and China. Okay. So now if it triggers this week, I'll know about it. I'll know I won't have to go back to that calendar and quickly refresh my memory. All the information is here. Okay. Now, did I make a mistake? Yeah, 21. Okay. So you can tell if there's some enthusiasm for it, or any one of them. If it's priced at 21 and it opens at 19 or something, well, there's no enthusiasm. But if it opens at 21, 22, 23 and it starts to move, then there is some enthusiasm for that IPO. So I'll give you the what I use. On this page right here, you'll see all the recent ones. Okay, you can see how they've done. All right, guys. Well, this RSKD is really putting me to sleep, but I'm not giving up. I'm in at 613. So I mean, it's not. It's just a couple of pennies below. Okay, so how do I move all the windows at once, like this? Okay, well, I will demonstrate how you can do it, but I do want to refer you to our user guide, okay? Because I guarantee you'll probably forget. Not because you've got a bad memory, Gerald, but it's, it's always good to have a user guide as a reference. And anybody else, of course, who is interested. It's called docking. So again, clicking on my homepage link. Ray's open. Let's take a look at what Ray is doing then. Yeah, so it would get halted at 550, so now it's below. So now I'm going to stick an alert up here. And if you think I'm crazy, I mean, it's amazing how many times this happens later in the day. Okay. No guarantees, of course. And even if it hits, it doesn't mean I'm going to absolutely take the trade, but I certainly do want to know about it. Okay, clicking on my homepage link. And scroll down until you see the education section right here. Click on the education section and then click on the user guide, okay? Now, there's a whole section on docking. Where is it? Docking, okay? So here is the section on docking. So I will go over, I'll show you how you can dock, but here is your reference, okay? And docking is I call it an advanced topic, okay? It's not 100% necessary that anybody docks. And I have free floating windows also. I've got a combination, I've got some free floating windows. But this is how you do it. So you start off, new, from the toolbar, new, docked window. Now it's probably going to pop on my other monitor. Yeah. Okay, this popped on my other monitor, but I'm going to give it a name. You're going to see what the name I've typed in. It'll say dock name. So I gave it a name, okay, and I'm just calling it test. So here's how you start. So here's a free floating window. If I wanted to put it in this docked window, I right click and duplicate into test. That's why you give it a name, okay? So there it is. Let's take another one, high short interest. Oh man, what the heck did I do? Okay, good. Can be a little confusing, guys. I'm going to tell you, there's some practice here. So here's another one, high short interest. I right click, duplicate into test. Okay. So here they are as tabs. Now you can leave them like tabs if you want. Typically people want to see all the data all the time. Okay. So this is what you do. I'm going to left click on the header, left click on the header. And now see what happens. I can now drag it and you see a little icon appears. This is where I can put it to the underneath, to the right, to the left, on top of the one that I did not click on. So let's put it to the right. Okay, so there you go. So remember, I didn't click on this. This is the one I clicked on. If I now, for whatever reason, want to put it underneath, left click on it. And then when that icon appears, hit the down arrow. So now it's underneath. So you can do that with as many windows as you want. In theory, I wouldn't go crazy because it could slow down the system. And you can put charts in here. Now, here's what not to do. You see, sometimes what happens is you'll get and say, well, wait a minute, it's now free floating, and you accidentally release it. You see what happens? You release it before you actually have put it where you want it. Well, don't worry. You just have to, you can do it again. This is what I'm saying. It can get a little bit tricky. Okay, so when you're doing this, don't release it here. Don't release it when there's no icon, because then it'll turn into a free floating window again. Okay. So that's basically it. Okay, that's how now I can do something like this. What I like to do is I like to name them all starting with dock, because I can then search on my docked windows. And what do I mean by that? So if I go to File and Load from Cloud, because I save everything into the cloud, and then I do a search and I just start typing dock, here are all my docked windows. Okay. Should get rid of a lot of them. I don't use most of them now, but okay, so that is it. And I call that an advanced topic. It is nothing you absolutely have to do. I have some thumbnail charts on my other monitor. It's kind of nice to have them like that, but it's not, you don't have to do it. Okay, guys, I'll resume for Will and anybody else who wants to talk a little bit about money management and all, and placing stops, etc. By the way, I'm on a development version. Okay, so that's why I've got all these additional things that I never look at. Okay. So in order to, do simulated trading, you click and you have to have our standard service, basically. Okay. Might be a way in our web-based version. I don't know how good it is though, but this is a way better. Okay. Let's just tell you that this is way better. If you click on new and then Brokerage Plus, this is the window that you will see. And when I say way better, we do have two versions of the product. One is the downloadable application, which is PC based. The other is our web-based version, which, then if you have a Mac or wanting to use a tablet, you can. But if you have the option, please download the app. Okay. So when you load Brokerage Plus, we call this Brokerage Plus, it'll say not connected. If I click on Sim for simulation underneath the brokerage, I have underneath Brokerage Plus in the toolbar, it should turn to paper trading for you. Okay, TI paper trading. Now, if it says account, then click on it, because it depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're using. I think most people, though, if you're on certainly one of the later versions, it probably should should change to paper trading. But again, if it doesn't, click on it. If it says account, click on it, and then a little pop-up then you can click on paper trading. So now you're in our simulator. You're in the simulator. So simple to use. You just click on an alert and the symbol will show up here. I'll do this off camera because it'll disappear behind my windows. So I'll just pick another one. Let's do the RSK. This is the one I'm in, still in it. So we'll do the RSKD. Okay. So I am going to take 500 shares, and I'll explain why. The bid ask is fine, only a penny. So buy, you click on the buy, and then you send. Okay, here I am. I'm in this trade in the simulator. I will put a stop at $5.90, and I will explain why I'm doing at $5.90. And you'll see on the chart, approximately minus 100. There'll be a red line on all your charts that says approximately minus 100. That means that if I allow it to get down to this price, I'll be taken out for approximately a $100 loss. Okay. Now, a couple of things. Why is this happening? The way I trade is that I have a checklist. Okay. Everything has to be checked before I'll take the trade. Now, most of the things are already checked based on the scans that I've got. So what I mean by that is I'm not going to see something outside of a price range that I want, a minimum volume that I need, a relative volume that I need. All those things are in the filters. So most of the things are already checked for me. So the next step, of course, for me is clicking on the alert, and then what do I see? Do I want to take the trade based on the charts that I'm seeing? Okay, and that's where, of course, your practice has to come in. So assuming that it is, the setup looks decent, but the next step is, okay, but if I took this trade, where am I going to get out? Where is my stop? In other words, not every trade obviously is going to work. I have to have a price that I'm getting out of this trade where it's not working. And now for me, a lot of it is based on maybe a 15-minute chart, where I might see some support on a 15-minute chart. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out. What I would say is this, though, just to practice, okay? You might want to maybe use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or maybe the 15-minute candle, just to practice and see how that works. The reason for that is that that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. A lot of mine is not guesswork, but I mean, I'm sort of sizing up where I think there might be support. And if it broke down through that, I want to be out. A lot of my trades, though, of course, are around a whole number. All right. So if it broke down through the whole number, I want to be out. Doesn't have to be the way you want to trade, though. Okay. So that's so important, though. And that's why you've got to practice. The ability to figure out where should I put a stop is so critical, because now that sets up the trade. Because if my stop is, I put it 20 cents away, again, this is in the simulator, I would have to be able to look left and say to myself, could this run 40 cents for me before it hits that next high? Or, the 200-day moving average, or some area that I think might block it from going higher. Because I'm not going to take, if I'm risking 20 cents, I'm not going to take a trade if the next high is, say, 5 cents away. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to maybe make 5 cents. Okay. So if that all works, if I can size up where my stop is and then quickly look to see, okay, where could it go before it hits that next high, then it becomes a really huge candidate for me to trade. Okay. And I'm doing this pretty quickly. I click on a lot of alerts all day long. I don't know where my stop is going to be until I look. I don't know if it's got room until I look. So let's say everything works out. You want to take the trade, and now you put your stop. Now, why did I put my stop 20 cents away on this? I just wanted to make the math easy, because now the next step is, okay, how many shares are you going to take? Well, that should be, how many shares you take should be dictated by how much you're willing to risk on the trade. In other words, how much you're actually willing to lose on the trade dollar-wise. So as I said before, if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like demonstrating risking $100 a trade. That's why I took 500 shares, because, again, to make the math easy, I put my stop 20 cents away. 500 shares times, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, equals $100. Okay? That's why I did it. So, if you've got a very small, maybe you're going to only want to risk $50 a trade, maybe 25 just to start. I mean, you've got to start somewhere. The other thing I do is that I don't vary my risk amount very much. In other words, I don't risk 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. And what I absolutely 100% do not do, well, first of all, I always obey my stops. Okay. Did I always obey my stops when I started out? Nope, because I didn't even know what a stop was. Okay, I had no idea. And even then, when I finally got used to, okay, I'll put my stop here, I'd start to second guess myself, saying, you know what, your stop is too close. It's got to work. It's going to come back. And that leads me to my next, my next step. So obeying your stop, okay. In the simulator, super simple. You know, you get stopped out. It's only play money. It's no big deal. Very, very different story though when you start trading live. All of a sudden, all your good habits, obeying your stop, placing your stop, uh, sometimes on not necessarily every trade, but on some trades get thrown out the window because you think, you know what, it's going to work. I don't care. I don't have a stop, or I put a stop in, but it gets down to my stop price. I won't obey it because I know it's coming back. Good news, etc., etc. So that $100 loss turns into two, three, four, $500 before you finally sell, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. That's the first scenario. And the second scenario is almost as bad. You don't obey your stop, you're down $500, and then it does turn around on you. And you're up a couple $100, three, four, $500, and you sort of inwardly say, so glad I didn't obey my stop because I knew it would turn around. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my in my experience, that is what used to get me into trouble all the time, not obeying my stop. And yes, sometimes it would come around and you start to feel you're invincible. Okay? That why should I obey my stop? I know it's going to come back. And then the few times it doesn't, you start to destroy your account. There's no excuse for not obeying your stop, okay? You can always get back into the trade. Commissions are so cheap. That used to be an excuse years and years and years ago when, commissions they were kind of based on a percentage of the of how much stock you bought. So you could be easily paying two, three, four, five, $600 a trade in and out. So, really hard to obey your stop in those days. Of course, I didn't have a stop because I didn't know anything about them. I would just hope it would come back. So that's really it, guys. Okay. I mean, have a stop, obey your stop, practice trading in the simulator. And you can also practice swing trading because if you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. Okay. And to get out of a trade, if I had a series of trades I was in, I would just highlight the one I want to get out and I could flatten it. Flatten gets you out of the trade. Okay. I could get out of I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Okay. But flatten gets you out of a trade. So practice trading, make money, before you start trading live, make money in a simulator. But again, as I said, it doesn't absolutely translate if you can make money in a simulator to making money when you are trading live. Okay. Just a minute, please. Hey guys, I'll be right back. Give me about 2 minutes, okay? I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. So look at Ray now. Ray. Wow, look at Ray. So far, pretty successful as an IPO, $4. It's halted again. Yeah, halted again. Just a minute. Okay, guys, back. I see RSKD is back. Excuse me, back also. Excuse me. Well, so in our YouTube room, my mindset is to short, but I see there's more opportunities in the market long. How can I change my mindset from shorting to going long? Well, what you could do, I suppose. Well, first of all, if you're going to go long, it has to be for a reason, right? So it has to be a setup, just like I just explained. You have a stop, have a good setup, have some room for it to move. But you can also, if you don't have setups long, you're going to have to develop one. Okay. Now, personally, I mean, I don't have a market bias ever, or in terms of longs and shorts. Whatever presents the opportunity, I'll take it. You could practice in the simulator, on going long and just seeing how that works. If you have that nervousness of going long because you just don't like it, well, simulator can help at least. It'll get you to practice taking some long trades. Okay, guys. Now I haven't been able to look at very much the distance to the next high, so I will start to look at it a little bit more now. What time is it? It's 11:16. I'll be taking a break in about 45 minutes. Just have to confirm it'll be Jamie. As I say, Jamie sometimes listens to me, so So if you're asking my opinion of a swing of WISA, okay, 2.3 million in the float. I mean, it's very, very low. Okay. So I'm not going to say don't do it, but these low floaters can really be tricky. Okay. It's had a nice day. It was an earnings play today. It's had a nice day. But if you're going to swing, where are you going to put your stop? No, BGD, I wouldn't stop shorting. If you've got a setup that you like and you're comfortable, go for it. I just wouldn't. It's not one or the other, in my opinion, anyway. So if you were going to swing this WISA, where are you going to put your stop? Maybe down here, 374, which is the low of yesterday and sort of the low of today. Maybe you want to be more conservative down here. But for me, the same principle is, excuse me, if you took this right here at 463, let's just say you said, you know what, I want to swing this one. Again, you have to have a stop. Let's just say you did put it down here. I'm going to try to make the math simple. Let's say you took it at 480. Okay, I want to make the math simple, and the low there is 380. So you've got a dollar stop. Okay, I'm just trying to make the math simple. If that's what you would do, so then you'd have to be able to look left. Can you make $2 on this trade? I'm going to risk $1 to make $2. I mean, for me anyway, the same principle is in place. So when I look left, though, for me, I don't see enough for me. Because the next high, if you took it at 480, the next high is 511. And then there's a high here at 543. There's a high up here. So, for me, it wouldn't be something to do. But listen, don't let me talk you out of it. Okay. It's just that I would have to have more room for it to run before it hits that high. Yeah, so Draw is saying that AWIN is at the VWAP now, 659. Yeah, so it's over the VWAP. It kind of held. Well, the other thing, Tony, if you're constantly getting stopped out, then of course you have to re-examine like where you're placing your stops, like why you're getting stopped out all the time. If they're too tight, you might want to practice taking like wider stops. You'll take fewer shares. But I know I've said this many times. Some of the best trades I've taken is by taking fewer shares, because that's been able to keep me in a trade when it looks like, had I taken more shares, and of course my stop has to be tighter, because again, it's all about how many dollars am I willing to risk on a trade. So if I've got a 10-cent stop and I'm willing to risk $100, sure, I can take 1,000 shares. Okay. If I have a 20-cent stop, I'm going to take 500 shares. If I have a 25-cent stop, I'm going to take 400 shares, and on and on and on. So the wider your stop, the less shares you're going to take. But, sometimes that keeps you in the trade, right? Obviously, you have a 10-cent stop on a lot of stocks, that can happen seconds after you take the trade. That was excellent, by the way, AWIN off that VWAP. This one, this TMCI was a great one yesterday for a while anyway. I'm going to stick an alert here at 607. That's the high because obviously it still has a ton of room. Boy, there's no quit in this market right now. Look at this. I mean, this was a nice big gap up early, and this is just continuing, just a minor red bar there. And I think there is a guy talking, Kashkari, I think is talking at noon, I believe. Yeah, 12 o'clock. So a little over half an hour from now, Kashkari, one of the Fed presidents, will talk. So we'll see if he has any impact on the market. Well, I guess it makes some sense. Okay, with the market ripping the way it is, we're not getting anything on the 10-day daily breakdown. Nothing today. That's pretty rare. Doesn't mean just because the market's going higher doesn't mean that you're not getting anything from a 10-day daily breakdown. But why we're not getting any? Well, the filters aren't met. Well, I have GME on a thumbnail chart, my other monitor, and it's just kind of stuck in this little range here, 35, 32. Breaks out one way or the other. I'll stick an alert around 35, 34 and see if it breaks out. And I'll stick an alert down here, 31.86, see if it breaks out down below. I don't believe it's just going to stay here for the rest of the day. Boy, that A-win, that was a nice one draw. I don't know if you took it, but that was a really, really, really nice one off the VWAP. All right, just got a confirmation. It will be Jamie in our YouTube room in about 35 minutes. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room. I'm actually trying to get in a short in this BHVN. But I'm trying to pick a good spot here. So this is what I'm talking about right there. 11:15. That was the time. 38.69. So it's not too far down below. I'm looking left. There's room down to 37.90 or so. There's it fell underneath that 10 SMA that Steve loves on the 15-minute chart. The issue might be it's not trading very much. It's only relative volume is only 1. I do have a minimum now that I stuck in that of at least 1, but it's just not trading very much. I'm looking at the bid ask. It's just not moving very much. So don't want to get trapped into something that's not moving. So I'll probably take a pass on it. Now this one, guys, now at least, good relative volume. Not the volume is not great, but the relative volume is great. So look at COLL. I mean, look at the room it's got. What is the spread? All right. Well, the call, I'm really interested. I mean, obviously, look at the room it's got. It's over a whole number. Probably had earnings here, post market. So this was the reaction on the 10th. Okay. Big down, but it is now above the high of that day, which of course it has to be because it has to look left. And looking at the next high, and it's way up here, 38.58. So over the whole number. So it has a lot of things for me going for it. Oh, I saw this one earlier. So there's the FMC, 11:04 time, Eastern time, 64.18, potential short, 63.54 now. And that was really straight down. It didn't really have a pop-up after. Yeah, Tattoo is on the move. Somebody mentioned that one. 559 is the next high, or 557 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I would be maybe a little interested if it stalls there, but it's not shortable for me. So this is a gap up in reverse, guys. Dole is a gap up in reverse. This is, of course, the Pineapple People. Earnings play, May 15th, pre-market. Yes, earnings play today. And this looks like it could go negative. Boy, this RSKD, I mean, that really taxing me here. I mean, I'm not going to get out of it. Not out of boredom. I'm not going to get out of a trade because I'm bored. As long as it's still, I'm in at 613. So, I mean, it's a penny underneath. However, this 622 right there, that might be 624. That might be the block. You got up to 618. I'll give it a little bit longer, but it may be too hard to get through that. I was hoping it would get through that. And then, of course, the next high looking left is 673. Oh man, I missed out on the SRAD also. I mean, I mentioned this one. This is an AI alert. I said, if you're into pullback plays, look how beautiful it found that low. 956. I mean, it got down to what, 953. So it found that low basically and said, okay, we think from here it's going to bounce. And that's exactly what it did. Does it happen all the time? Of course not. But that is a great, that's a nice 5% move so far. And who knows where it's going? It's now through that 10 SMA that Steve loves. Yeah, the CPI number this morning, Poe. I didn't see exactly what the number was, but CPI number came out at 8:30, and you can see exactly what happened. Boom. Oh boy, just give me a moment, guys, while I catch my breath here. Call, COLL. How greedy do I want to be? I stuck in a bid in the mid of like the midpoint bid that you can do in Interactive Brokers. And I got a great fill. I sort of forgot about it. 3409. And it just popped. But I don't know, I got to be careful because the spread was spread was not great. Now let me bring it up on a chart right now. All right, very nice. I took some off. In the 60 range. So you heard me talking about it, guys. It was a call. I loved the look. I mean, look at all the room it had. Excuse me. But for the longest time, the bid was like 3403, 3415, something like that. And I just said, okay, stick using the midpoint in Interactive Brokers. And they gave me a really, really good fill. And you know what? I probably wouldn't have traded out anything except for the spread. Okay. I mean, right now you can see right now, 55.78. You see, I mean, that's the problem. So William, I mean, these seem to be kind of up your alley, even as a watch list. Okay, because sometimes you can play the bounces on them. So let's take a look at the FMC. Now I've got a 30-minute. I put 30 minutes. Excuse me on this. So don't show me the same alert for at least 30 minutes. But the FMC, I think, was the original alert was at 64.47. Let me just see. Yeah, I think that was the original alert. Now, interestingly, everything in red is a suggestion to go short. So even though the market is ripping, in fact, there are more short opportunities than longs. And just like you said, it looks like a bounce to you. So okay, well, I'm all out of the COLL. That turned out to be a really nice little trade. Well, the COLL was one. This is the last one. I haven't been able to pay attention to the scan very much today. Again, sort of tugged in a few directions, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, later on in the day, they can set up just as easily as early in the day. So Mountain Monkey, what time is it now? 11:38. So have you ever created a custom formula? Okay, Peter. So that filter that you're talking about, now, when you say what you should be looking for, I mean, there's no hard answer to that, but let me just show you what the filter is doing. Well, actually, let's see if I can find it right here. Well, first of all, let's find the filter. So the change from the open percent of the average true range. So for instance, if you use this filter and say you put 200, okay, as a percent, 200% in the min, that means that you will not see stocks unless they're double what their ATR is. Okay. I mean, that's basically it. Now, what number you use, I mean, there's no, you could try 300%, you could try 400%, you could try 200%. There's no number that I can say absolutely use this. It's, it could be a lot of trial and error. You get too many alerts, make it bigger. You get not enough alerts. I probably start off with at least 200%. Okay. So again, add the filter and 200%. So that means, so if we look at, as an example, see if I can find a good one here. Okay, so for instance, if I look at Relay, okay, RLAY, its average true range is 57 cents. Today, it's only 71% of that. Let me see if I can, I'm sure AWIN will be different. Yeah, so look at AWIN, AWIN. Its average true range is 86 cents. Today, it's 7.6 times that, 761. Okay. So, you might want to start off with 200. That'll show you stocks that are trading at least double its average true range. Okay. But I can't say that 200 is the absolute one to use. It could be 300. It depends on the day. If you want to get more alerts, you'll keep it maybe at 200. If you want fewer alerts, or you want to see the ones that are really, really trading abnormally, make it 500. You probably won't get as many alerts, but that might be good. Where do I see the ATR? Well, these are filters, okay? These are just filters. There's the average true range filter. These are all you see, all these that you see in my single stock window. These are just filters. Okay, so so here's average true range. There is the filter that we've got for it. So I added that filter to my single stock window. So that's why I see the average true range for this one, 86 cents. And then I added the other filter, the change from the open as a percentage of the ATR. So that's why I see it here. They are just filters. The single stock window is totally customizable. They're just made up of filters that we've got. All right, Peter, does that answer your question? So Mountain Monkey, I'm going to have to direct you to my homepage, number one. This is all to do with that custom formula in that distance to the next high. So if you click on my homepage link, all right, scroll down until you see the education section, click on the education section, and then click on the user guide. And see where it says custom formulas? This shows you how you can create a custom formula. All right. I'll just briefly show you what it's going to look like. Well, I'll give you the formula itself. Okay. But this details how you create a custom formula. But I will give you the actual formula that you should use. In fact, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste it so I don't have to constantly go and find it. All right. When this, I'll give you this link, okay, because this will bring you to the formula editor page. Okay, I'll give you this link. Oh, good, Peter. Glad. So I will, this brings you, this is for anybody else too, of course. This brings you to the formula editor page. That's the link. If you've never created a custom formula before, what will happen is I have to scroll down. You'll see something that probably says create or create new, something like that. Okay. When then you click on it, you click on that, and this is what will happen. So a source box will pop up. Okay. It'll be blank. It will be blank, but this is the formula to use. And just give me a moment because I want to copy that. Okay, so this is the formula that you can use, and you put a description in. I call it distance to next high or low, units or dollars, etc. Save it. Okay, once it's saved, then it becomes a filter like any other filter that you've got with a min and a max box. Okay. And to find it, that's why I give it a name that I can kind of remember, because what I can do then is I can file, load from cloud, and I can type in distance. Okay, distance to the next high or low. There it is. I'm sorry, that is wrong. Pepe's probably rolling his eyes. If I want to add that filter to any scan, right click, configure, search here, type in distance. And that's why I give it a name that I can kind of remember. And I've got there are a few things that start off with distance, but there it is, distance to the next high or low. You notice if you've never done one before, it'll probably be added to your filters as U0. But look, see, it's just like any other filter with a min and a max. So what I've done, I've said, okay, when I get that real-time alert of a new high of the day, I want the next high of the day to be at least $2 away. And so I put come on. So you see, there's my custom formula, stocks where the value is at least 2. So that's saying, okay, if all these filters are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, show me the alert, and I know that the next high will be at least $2 away. And but I also get alerts on the way down. So I also know that the next low is at least $2 away. Okay. Now, this is really up to you. I mean, this is what I'm using. The price is between $1 and $100. I want the current volume to be at least 1. So it's trading at least normally, 300,000 shares. I want it to be up or down 2% from the close, yesterday's close. So I can put 2 and -2 here. You don't have to do the same thing though. You can take this and you can add it to one of your own scans. This meaning that custom formula. Okay. Make my life a lot easier if I could ask them to have that as a filter, that formula as a filter. And then I could just, put this in my homepage and you can have it. But the problem is when I copy it and give it to you, the custom formula does not copy over. They're unique to everybody's own account. All right, guys. Well, 11:49. So I've got about 10 minutes left. And then Jamie will take over for me in our YouTube room. Yeah, Draw is a machine today, and most days. I can't do it, Todd, because if I put it on my page and people take this, again, as I said, the custom formula will not copy. Okay, you have to create your own custom formula, but I mean, all I would do is just create your own alert window. I mean, it's nothing fancy after the custom formula. I mean, create your own price range, create your own minimum volume. You don't, I happen to like to make sure the stock, when I get a new high alert, is up at least 2%. If I get the new low alert, I want it to be down 2%. But there's nothing saying that that's what you have to do. The key thing is to create the custom formula. Then you can add it to any scans that you have. And, you want to take a screenshot of this, fine. But I can't put it on my page because if I do, I'm going to get inundated with people saying, how come I'm getting all these alerts and the stock is not $2 away, or the next high is not $2 away? Can't do it. There is your little bounce, William, the FMC. I don't know if you took it, but there's your little bounce of the FMC. CTNT, I'm not even seeing it here. Now has it finally gone positive? Because I know I did see it in the morning, but it had not gone positive yet. So it's just gone positive now. Not showing up here because my woof, I think, is 18%. I only have 20 on here by design, and this is only 3%. So the formula itself. Well, again, you got to go to the guide, Todd. Well, okay, you can. What time is it now? I've got to hurry. But if you go to the guide and go to the custom formula section, it's going to explain, everything. But again, this is where you'll go. This link right here, it's in the guide. It's under custom formula. It'll take you to the, if you click on that link, it takes you to the account management page. Okay, it takes you to the account management page. And again, if you've never created a custom formula before, then you won't see all these, of course. These are all the ones I created crazily in the past. Don't use any of them other than I really only use one right now. But anyway, you'll see create new. I have to scroll down here. You'll see create new or something like that. You click on it. And then this is the formula to use. Where are you again? I can't see it anymore. Distance to the next high. Okay, so this is the formula that you're going to use. When you click on that account management link, the source box will be empty. Okay, and that's what you have to do. You have to take that and put that exactly as I'm copy and paste it. Okay, right into that source box. Ooh, phew, I thought I got rid of you guys. Okay. So you put that right into that source box. Okay, right into that source box and give it a name, distance, whatever you want to call it. Because as I've said, you can search on it. It'll be added to your filter list, just like any other filter with a min and a max. And I'm using 2, so when I get an alert, I want to make like DLO. Look at DLO now that I'm not in. So DLO, I get an alert for it. I had alerts earlier in the day, but look left, 1371. I mean, that's what it's trying to find. It could have been 12.25. That's $2. Okay, a little bit above 12.25, but of course it's not. It has to be a minimum of $2 away. All right, Jamie's going to show up any moment now, so I better get ready. I don't want to close down you guys. Got all sorts of windows open. Oh no! You see, I almost did it. Jeez. All right. It is now 11:56. So let me get my announcement in first that I'm on a break. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing is in the main room, I will put the YouTube link in. Aha, there are GME now, guys. GME is above. This could get going now. Come on. Yeah, so GME now looks like this could have a little run. YouTube, Here is the YouTube link. Or you guys want to head over and listen to Jamie. He's not there quite yet, but he will be there momentarily. You know what I love about these things is that you're not going to usually find a rocket chip, though the first day I was testing it, there were a couple of rocket chips, fairly low price stocks that went up about $1.50, gave great percentage moves. But I think these are, can be a little more orderly, but they're quick. They can be quick though, pretty quick. All right, guys, GME over 36 now. That was a key level for me anyway, 35.46.
Hello, Betty.
I didn't hear the little pop. So if I
I
didn't,
was not announced.
no, so you're not in. It doesn't count unless I hear the pop. So go back and do it again the right way.
Pick that up and put it down properly.
Yeah, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, Jamie's in our YouTube room now. I'll put myself on mute in the main room. And big welcome to Mr. Jamie, who is now in our YouTube room. Everybody who is in YouTube, Jamie does work at Trade Ideas. And he will go over his style of trading, I'm pretty sure. No
Well,
pressure.
thank you for that wonderful introduction, Barry.
Yeah. And how are you? Did you partake in the GME, AMC, or any of the other things?
It doesn't really fit my style, so to speak. It's
Okay.
been glorious to, I scalped in and out of it in AMC, teensy little bits, but man, it's chaos on that,
Mm-hmm.
because I like to read tapes and order books and all that stuff, and that thing is just complete chaos. But hey,
Right.
it's been a wonderful show, but wow.
And when does it end?
Well,
Is it ending today?
I don't know, man. We'll know soon enough, I guess. Does
Mm-hmm.
does it reverse here and go back to highs, or does it go back to where it lived before?
Yeah.
Um, to see the second cycle of this is pretty entertaining, to say the least.
I think the second cycle is even probably, well, I don't want to say more entertaining than the first one, but I think more astonishing, perhaps, than the first
Yes,
one. The first
yes.
one caught everybody by surprise. Nobody really knew what the heck was happening. Okay. And then, after what, 6 months or so, okay, everything went kind of back to normal. I never expected something like this would happen again like this. I really didn't. And, but it did,
Yeah.
not quite as dramatic, but still pretty darn dramatic based on a silly meme or whatever the heck it, I mean, it's quite astonishing to me that happened again.
Yeah, and there are very good cases for both sides of the argument, but you know,
Hmm. Yeah,
a lot of people, just think of well, I have a buddy here who retired back here from managing a hedge fund in New York,
Hmm.
and he was talking about, yeah, in that last one, the first one, I mean, big hedge funds blew up.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, what's the collateral damage on this go round? Is it going to be
Hmm.
more, less, same? Interesting.
It is interesting, yeah.
Hmm.
So, it got up to yesterday. I was saying it got up to $320, equivalent to the high of in January of 480. This is one because they did a 1-for-4 forward split. So
Right.
it did in the pre-market. It got up to $320,
Hmm.
and that would be you can compare that to the 480. Now multiply the current price by 4, and that's where it is. So 40 was the key, because to me 40, because when they did that forward split, it was at 160. Okay.
Right.
And the whole idea of they're doing it was, okay, we'll make it cheaper so people, more people maybe get involved in it. People don't want to look at a $160 stock. Well, that did not happen at all. I mean, it got down to 10,
Yep.
so think of a 40 down to 10. But
Mhm.
anyway, well, I don't know what's going to happen. I think if it takes out 40 again, it might have another run. But yeah, as you say, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and these pre-market tops, have been really interesting to follow too.
Oh, and on volume, Jamie,
Mhm.
this was not
It's
on a
like the
little
regular
volume.
session, and that's
Exactly.
3 a.m. my time, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
And I'm like,
Yeah, 1 a.m. my time. So
I
yeah,
don't need to get up at 3 a.m. and try to trade.
no. Well, unless you make a lot of money one day. How about one day
Correct,
you
correct.
sacrifice?
Yeah, but there are always some stocks that have decent volume in the
Mhm.
graveyard shift,
The
Well, we
graveyard
call it
shift.
pre-market, yeah, but that's early. Of
Yeah.
course, that's only 5, well, it's 4 a.m. in New York, but
Hmm.
3 a.m. where I am, and what, 1
1 a.m.
a.m.
where I am.
on the
Oh
West
my
Coast?
gosh.
Yeah. You just stay up all night, Barry, and trade from 1 a.m. till 1 p.m., 12-hour
Well, yeah.
shift.
I mean, well, once we have 24-hour trading, that's it for me. I'm gone. I mean, how do we manage a trading room in shifts?
Yeah, that brings up all kinds of interesting questions.
It does. One that I'm not prepared to answer. Well, I am. I'm gone. If it
Yeah,
were like
right.
that,
Well, I'll
I'm
just stick
gone.
to my
Yeah,
hours, You just
exactly.
pick the hours you want to trade and people want to show up. Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
There you go. Okay, my friend. Well, we've
Okay, my
wasted enough
friend.
time, I guess. So you
Yep.
can, you
I'll
can.
let you get to your tasks and I'll
I
see you
will.
when you get back.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie.
Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gents, I'm assuming everybody can see and hear all good like. So, welcome to my desktop. I'll be your host for the next hour while Barry takes his well-deserved break. And we're just here to talk shop, no pre-planned content. If you have any questions about trade ideas in general or specifics, just use that questions panel to get your questions out there, and I'll do my best to answer them. I always like to say I do have some very basic and rudimentary technical chart reading abilities. So if you'd like me to take a peek at any symbols, be happy to do that as well. What's up, trader? How you doing, John? Yeah, BB. I've been keeping my eye on that one. It's a pretty good little trader from time to time, taking a nice little swoon right off of the open from the 350-ish range and bottoming out almost at $3. So a nice little move for a low dollar stock such as BBD. John talking about a volume spike in Jamia. Hadn't seen that one in a while. Yeah, we can see the volume kicking in down here and quite the range on this little guy today, 580-ish, all the way back up to 645. Don't know if they had earnings today or not. May 7th. May 7th earnings. And let me just grab my pen here. Always seems to elude me. So what kind of crowd we got today? And where did my questions panel go? There we go. Oops. One moment, please. Well, I can't get out of my own way here. Hold on one sec. There we go. Okay, just want to get my questions panel where I could see it. All right, well, one of those days where your fingers just don't do what you want them to. Okay, we should be good now. What's up, Jay? Double top on gold. It's looking like it's trying. Still got a little ways to go. But I mean, if we're just, if we're not really counting the wick, it might have another smidge here. but getting close. Nice little bounce off the 10 period right there. Nice catch. But I wouldn't be surprised to see gold and silver breaking out of those highs. Notice silver is a little further ahead than gold, but basically the same type of little double top formation there. Silver been hanging out low 20s for a very, very long time. And actually, I haven't done this in a while, but if you go back 100 years on the silver chart, it's really not that much pricier than it was then, especially after you adjust for it. This little thing they call inflation, which according to the Fed boys is only at what, 1 or 2%, but I think we all know that's a crock. Which gets me thinking about the whole interest rate topic, and are they going to lower rates? Are they going to raise rates? Well, you tell me, then we'll both know. But if they lower rates, that would not be good for inflation. Matter of fact, I think they might end up doing what they say. Well, I think they might end up doing the opposite of what they say. If I was a betting man, sometimes I am, I'd bet a little cash on the next interest rate move might just be another ratchet up, but I could be wrong. Do I delve in macro? I'm not really sure, Jay. Can you be a little bit more specific as to what you're referring to as macro? SLNA? Selena Hospitality. Definitely got a little perky there. That looks like a Dawn of the Dead type setup. And I've got that over here. Is it showing up over here? I don't see it. Let me check my race, see if maybe it showed up. Nope, not seeing it on Dawn of the Dead today. Oh, right. If I had to pick one of those, I've never been a a macro guy. To me, it's all, well, for lack of a better term, economics, the Fed. It's a lot of smoke and mirrors there. It's just like fundamentals in general, right? Company has great fundamentals. Stock price doesn't necessarily always reflect that, right? Um, so from a trading perspective, yeah, I mean, we all have to use charts, right? We all have to know where things are and where they might be going and all that good stuff. So I'm more of a technical and uh, older school type of trader with my intraday trades, just reading order books and reading the tape, trying to get in the groove of that order flow. But, I've got to have my intraday charts for that. The macro, the economic, that's just more for entertainment and, spirited debate type conversations. All right, speaking of Dawn of the Dead, let's just cycle through a few of these. Not bad action. Also, TTOO was an AI call around the 511 area. Had to sit a little 24-cent wiggle. Then it comes back up through here. So 511 up to 593. Not bad at all. And once again, while we're on the topic of the AI, maybe you took some immediately, right? Maybe you run 100, couple hundred shares here, sitting a little pullback, right? Excellent opportunity to add to a position once this candle puts in a bottom here and starts to head back up to that entry signal. Sometimes they go immediately. Sometimes they're gonna, ebb and flow around that entry signal. But not a bad pattern brought to our attention. Let me just see where my AI panel went. There we go. And that was the T2. Yeah, so just looking at the profitable in both modes right now on the T2. Off kilter, betting lower in September. We all got front row seats. All right, questions panel is there. So if you got a question, by all means, please make use of it. And let's just revisit the old GME chart one more time. Interestingly enough, once we get a couple more days, I mean, we could go ahead and anchor to this top. I just don't know if it's going to really show us anything. You know, it's just going to put the anchor right there, right? Interesting action here if we anchor to that first pre-market candle. And then boom, once it kind of got under there, just kind of acting as the wet blanket. So if GME does get a little pep in its step today, of course, this isn't regular VWAP because that would anchor to the first candle, or that's what regular VWAP does on an intraday basis. But it is interesting to see that anchor. And if it does get frisky, it'll be interesting to see if it puts the brakes on here. But that's a good 5-6 points away at present time. You could be right there, collector. Can a stock be SSR and hard to borrow at the same time? Well, refresh my memory. What is SSR? Short sell restricted, perhaps? I'm pretty sure that HTB, what you're referring to, is hard to borrow. But short sell restricted, I think the answer is yes, because a lot of the times when I'm, you know, at whatever broker dealer, whether it's Thinkorswim or, you know, Schwab or whoever, if you go to short a stock, I know that on Thinkorswim you get the little beep boop when that tells you, hey, this is not shortable, hard to borrow, right? Um, and sometimes you go to sell a stock, it is shortable, but you'll send out market orders, you'll lock the bid down, and you don't get any stock, or you might get little bits and pieces. Um, so I think that is kind of, you know, the restricted type of action that we're seeing there, or something to do with how much it's up or down, or, you know, some kind of weird uptick. You know, you'll hear Barry talk about that from time to time. I do know that I see it, even though it's technically shortable. Um, so I don't know the answer to that question for certain, Michael, but I'd say there's a good percentage chance that that is possible to have both of those at the same time. And it's like a round robin thing. You know, you'll hear Barry talk about it all the time with IB. You can see how many shares are available. Then they'll all get used up and then you can't short it anymore. But as soon as some come available, as soon as some other short seller covers their position, that stock becomes available to borrow again. And then if you're just lucky enough for your trade to line up, then you know, you get the shares for that point in time. So where it stops, nobody knows. Could be done, could be just getting started. As they say, place your bets. A little bad range here on the RSKD. I saw that one earlier. LiDAR big mover. Oh, and this one, pre-market range. I harp on this all the time, but one of the best ways to identify a low risk trade right on the open, because the open's tricky, especially that first 15 minutes. But when you see a pre-market range like this, your risk is clearly definable. So right here is 1228. We just put another line down here, mark off the bottom of that range. As soon as that market opens right here, let's see the first candle. Yep, that is the first candle there. We opened at 214. Okay. So as soon as we broke that 220-ish level right there, it was just off to the races. No pain sat. This one just got up and boogied 235 all the way up to 456. So that thing doubled basically in the opening 30 minutes. I was not in this one, but had I seen this pre-market range around the open or been, hawking it, stalking it during the pre-market, would have been a great, beautiful trade. Great and beautiful. Let's just call it 230. Risk was, we'll just call it 25 cents. That's a huge risk to reward ratio there, and it never even threw an elbow. Would you happen to know what the market data client message is? Are you talking about within Brokerage Plus, Michael? Why rely on short data if it lags? That's a very good question, JT. It's a topic that we've talked about for probably decades, right? Many years, right? And the question is, why rely on short data if it lags? And I agree. It should be in real time. Now they say, oh, it's too hard to keep up with in real time. Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's not. There's these things called computers, and it's just a database, a spreadsheet of sorts. So real-time short monitoring should have been a thing a very long time ago, right? And of course, AMC, GME, that's the whole theme, you know, is, that's one of the big components in there is the naked short selling that goes on. So, you know, the securities world is full of gray areas, and, a lot of you have to also keep in mind that the NASDAQ, the NYSE, all the brokers like Goldman and JP Morgan and the banks that are now, they used to be broker dealers and then they became banks in the 2008 crisis. So now they're just like these, you know, behemoths that run the markets. They're also banks. They're what we call a self-regulated organization, an SRO. So they make up their own rules, right? So whatever reason, they have reasons for not wanting the short data to be in real time. Now you can hypothesize and speculate as to why that is, but that's the way they want it. And so that's the way they get it. But I agree, it should be in real time, but for some reason they don't want it that way. And Michael, regarding your market data client message, are you trading through IB? And that's what they're feeding Brokerage Plus? But yes, total agreement. It needs to be in real time, but that'd be too good for us, I guess, right? In any case, it is a glaring hole that needs to be quote unquote regulated, so to speak. Okay. Any other? No pre-market range in TLS, beautiful one in LiDAR. T2, even though, This is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is the same animal. Oops, where'd it go? This is the same type of animal. It's just not real pretty. It's not flat. The big wick kind of ruined everything. If this is the first candle though, and we rule out that wick, $4 would have been a really great time to participate in a win. Now the difference here, even if we eliminate the wick, $4 entry, but pre-market range was down here at 320. Well, let's call it 325. That's a 75-cent risk, whereas LiDAR was a quarter, right? Not that pretty of a pre-market range. No good there. Very look at TLS. Nope. ANVS. It tried. It just didn't trade really enough. So the only really pretty one. Now that's not a bad little intraday consolidation there. But boy, it doesn't get any better than that. Ah, okay, trading through Webull. Yeah, I guess you'd have to just pop them an email or give them a call if they had that, and they could probably tell you what that code is, Michael. Does Barry have maximum float settings on his scan? Are you referring to this one? Because he's got quite a few scans. Edible EDBL. Yeah, not bad pre-market activity. As I was telling Barry, this is well, pre-market on this one kicked in about 6 o'clock my time. But yeah, got a nice little lift and then pretty much gave most of it back. But wow, capitulating at just over $9 a share, but starting out in the pre-market at 4 and change. So I wonder if this edible arrangements, where you get the fruit that looks like a plant or whatever. This is different. Growing technology. Okay. Not to be confused with edible arrangements. Float, float, float. Oh yeah, there you go. I was like, okay, this has to be a small float to get that type of action. And talk about a micro float. We usually consider something under 20 million in the float to be low float. 10 million even better. Under 5 million. This guy's got 298,000 shares. We'll just say 299,000 shares in the float. So that's what happens when volume comes in. Only 300,000 shares outstanding. So all shares are freely trading. Interesting. You don't really see that very often. Thank you, Pepe. Barry does not have a float filter on his scans. Yeah, and a lot of the times that is true, John. Especially with the earnings season coming through. Not a whole lot of activity from the abnormal 10 today that I can see, unless I'm missing something. I know Barry tweaks a few settings from time to time, and then I won't see one. All right. You guys are pretty quiet out there. Just let me know if you're sitting on a question. LiDAR showing up on many of my tree maps today. Here was a fun little short to be in this morning. Space, the final frontier. So this is Richard Branson's, Virgin Galactic Holdings. Hey, we're going to make rockets, put people up in space. But I guess business isn't really doing too good. Here's the monthly chart for space. Hi, I used to live over here at 62 bucks back in February of 21. So just 3 years ago, $60. Now residing at $1 and has been below $1. I don't know if this one's been taking the plunge yet. I don't think it has. But wow, you know, from 60 to $1 in 3 short years. Who knows? Maybe Spice is the next new meme stock. And what else do we have on? I'm just trying to think if anything was. It wasn't a very exciting trading session for yours truly today. A little bit of money to be made, but nothing that just blew my socks off. As they say, it was a grind. Whew. Another guy that's not doing too well. It's always amazing. I need to look at more monthly charts because wow, just wow. Crazy. And of course, if we look at Dawn of the Dead, that's what these stocks are going to look like, right? They're zombies, but all of a sudden they get volume coming into them and make some significant moves. At the bottom of the scanner, I saw an on-off for all. On-off for all others. Any clue? The scanner. Are we talking about the toolbar? Because this is the on-off for the sound. So not really sure where. Can you be more specific as to where you? Which scan window you're talking about there, Michael, with the on-off button? Okay, Peter, please refresh memory. How see breaking out on volume window? Breaking out on volume. Sounds like one of the pre-configured windows on a channel. So let me do this real quick. I know I've modified this. It's not traded winner. Breaking out on volume. Well, didn't want that, but give me a second here. Okay, Peter, this might be what you're talking about. All I did is click on the unusual volume channel, and we have this one moving up, not necessarily breaking out. But if you did want to see breakout alerts, there we go. Bingo. Okay. So in the moving up on volume, breaking out on volume is part of that multi-strategy window. So if you'd like me to, I can drop the cloud link in there for you. Um, tell you what, let me do this. Breaking out. Oh, I just duplicated. So what we're going to do is just open the alert window here. Okay. And then what I can do is I'll just turn on the text headers for you. And I'll just drop this in the YouTube chat for you. Give me 1 second here. And here's the cloud link for the breaking out on volume. There you go, Peter. Okay, Michael, about your reading the plus on some tickers, is that coming up like you're referencing BB? That's not coming through your trade ideas, BB plus, is it? And on the on-off thing, I'd be I'd be happy to address that if I knew where it was. But as far as the plus symbols, I've got weird symbols that come through from time to time. And then on your trading platform, some systems it might be stock XYZ plus, or on another system it might be stock XYZ slash plus or slash A. That's always frustrating when you click on something and the chart doesn't populate, or it's different in your trading platform than what we're showing because we're using a different, aggregator or whatever. Um, you know, you can always make a list and then, use it as an exclude functionality. When we go into a window and go into configure and we go to our symbol list, remember you can point windows to specific lists, right? Or, like, for example, I've got a SPAC exclude list that I can point to and just say, you know what, I want to exclude every stock on this list. So you don't get the special symbols coming through there. Okay, so we've got Peter's window. Don't think I missed any questions. So we are caught up for now. And it's a little bit crazy that we're already back to all-time highs. But here we are. I remember last week, Thursday, I was like, we're going to be pushing all-time highs pretty soon. And it only took 3 more trading days to, And of course, we gapped there. So everybody, everything's fine. Market at all-time highs. Everybody's wealthy now, right? With no inflation, all that good stuff. How to add distance from VWAP1 filter to that scan? Asked Peter. So here we have the breaking out on volume, and we want to, well, we could do it a couple different ways, Peter. You can make it as a column and just see every time something alerts, how close is it to VWAP? Or you can mandate minimums and maximums. So if we said, okay, distance from VWAP1, depending on what you wanted to see, we would just insert some mins and maxes here, right? So maybe you want to see it right at VWAP, right? Or maybe you don't want it to be more than 0.5% below VWAP and not more than 0.5% above VWAP. So then we just start experimenting here, and let's see if my initial guess is right. The price is no more than 5% above VWAP. The price is no more than 5% below the VWAP, or the price is right at VWAP. So that would get you exactly what I just described. Could be anywhere between 0.5% above and 0.5% below, but not any more than that. Now, if we used 0.001, that would basically mean that it's right at VWAP, right? Because that's, you know, 1/1000th of a percent. So, I mean, we could just say that's at VWAP, right? Or actually, you'd have to put a negative over here. In that case, let's just see what happens when I use that setting. Just kind of waiting for the last thing to pop back in there, but see, that might have tightened it so much that we're not going to get any hits. Because typically, if a stock is surging and breaking out on volume, it's probably going to be above VWAP, right? So yeah, we tightened it up that basically there's nothing like that. Now if we go minus 0.05, and this might not even have too much because that's not that big of a range. And once again, so let's do this. Let's show the column for distance to VWAP. Yeah, let's get rid of some of this stuff. And then let's remove the min-max. Okay. So how active was this window? Yeah, we got tons of things to look at here. So, if we just go back to 30 minutes into the open, it was showing us a win, right? And at that time, look how far above VWAP it was. It was 52% away from VWAP. Now, let me just take the liberty here of just adding a VWAP for comparison. And will be the black line. Okay. So boom. And that big run right there, it was, of course, this is VWAP now, but VWAP was very different in that opening flurry there. But you can see here, what I said earlier, if a stock really is running up, most of the time it's going to be above VWAP. And just by adding that as a column and seeing, okay, what's a typical VWAP excursion, when a stock is in play. So I'm not really sure what a proper setting would be because you never know how far they're going to go before they pull back, right? And, even without that setting, this is the entire history today. So this window's pumping some good stuff out, but not too much. And of course, notice you're seeing the same names that were on my top list and tree maps here. The AWIN, the LiDAR. Now, having said that, Peter, if you're looking for stocks that aren't really running, right? You just might be looking for, decent plays to attempt to get in. And for example, we talk about this from time to time, but when the market slows down, another good way to find stocks in conjunction with VWAP that are kind of, doing their little sideways dance is, just taking a look at the NR7s for the ones that are nice and flattened out and then see what they are in proximity to VWAP, you know. I don't ever trade Goldman Sachs. It's a little out of my ballpark. But let's say you stumbled onto GS because you saw a NR7 alert, about this time period, 25, 30 minutes ago. And for GS, this is very calm action, NR7ing right there at the VWAP. Couldn't really get through it. Got some wicking candles there, thinking to yourself, hey, it might be good. Might get long 10 shares and, risk, you know, that's a very low risk entry, 463.24 down to here. I mean, you don't really get that type of risk in Goldman Sachs typically. But right here, it was a very low risk trade, reclaimed the VWAP and took a nice little pop up. And these are just all over the place, right? Low risk. BB's got some work to do to reclaim its VWAP. NYCB. Well, they keep talking about the bank implosions are coming. The bank implosions are coming, but if banks are imploding right now, they're keeping it pretty hush hush. The British banks have been the darlings. Look at these up moves that we've had in some of these British ADRs. Still got a ways to go, though. Deutsche Bank. Every time they do something illegal, it seems, the stock hits new highs. I remember everybody was contemplating back here, and that was COVID area right there as well. Thought Deutsche Bank had finally, bought the farm, but nope, nope. Residing about a little over 3 times higher than where it was back then. All right, looks like we're caught up on questions. And wow, time just melts away. You always hear Barry say it's a fast morning. Yeah, kind of puts you in a time warp. And how quickly 50 minutes have passed here already. Oof, low dollar stock, but hey, look at that beautiful pre-market action there. Of course, this thing was just trading like the market was open, Little range break, big shimmy down, and they really hate this company. Down 66.7%. Wow, quite the shellacking. Oh, and look back here, and the market's littered with these. Don't know if that's accurate, or if there were some reverse splits, or what's going on, but wow. 350, almost 360, now residing at 76 cents. I guess things didn't turn out as planned for this poor little guy. Do I have a range trading scan recommend for 15-minute charts? Well, on the 15-minute chart, I have to default to a study. If you like 15-minute charts, you should really love the 10-period moving average, which is the orange line here. First brought to me by Mr. Steve Gomez many years ago. And it is a very handy moving average for the 15-minute period, the 10 period. Okay. Notice that when a stock is in play, if it can't close a candle above that 10 period, it's usually, that's the trend, right? If we look at, say, LiDAR today when it was levitating, notice how it never even got close to the orange line, which is the 10. And then when it finally did capitulate, everybody's like, ooh, is it going to go all the way back down? We got a little bleedy here through the 10 period, but it caught a bid here, green candled up. Now it's reclaimed the 10 and VWAP, right? Now, right now, LiDAR's not looking too bad, especially when you have a VWAP and a 10 kind of merging there. Could make for some very good catalyst action. Now, having said that, Mark, who asked that? Da, da, da. Oh yeah, JT was asking that question. Now, as far as a range trading scan goes, as I was telling you guys earlier, there's a gazillion different ways to find stocks that are in a tight range. Now, when you're talking about breakouts, you got to have a catalyst that's going to alert you when that range is being broken. You could use something as simple as a new high, or, a lot of the times that might be too late unless you just catch it perfectly. So then you might want to explore either the NR7 family of alerts, and we've got the time frames. Everything from 1 minute to 30 minute. We also have the consolidation alert as well. So you might want to play around with NR7s, time frame of your liking, along with consolidations. But the biggest takeaway on the 15-minute chart, I would say, is the 10 period. And of course, I like VWAP too. So if I only had to pick two moving averages, or, we could call VWAP a different type of average, moving average and volume weighted average price. Those would be my guys right there. Okay, Mark, Brokerage Plus, order entry tab window. Any way to link a stock I look at in the entry tab to all my charts? So when you're saying when you click on symbols in the other tabs, it links to your charts, but not in the order entry tab window, right? I don't know if that's in the works or not, Mark. Okay, David, to your question about the long-term per performance, I do not think so. We used to track the AI's actual trading performance, um, but I know they stopped doing that a while back. Right, so it showed up BCRX. Holly had traded it last week. I get what you're saying there, but we do not track those metrics. JT, I need something that minimizes thinking too much. We laugh, but that's really true. I'm a keep it simple, silly type of guy. 1 second here, ladies and gents. Okie dokie. All right, so looks like the SPY is just kind of pecking at highs as we speak. And here looking at the monthly on the SPY, who knows how long we could build this little base? Or, here's the current month, topping all-time highs. And we've got about half the month left to go. So volatility should be picking up heading into the second half of the month if we can maintain these levels. And even if we can't, we get a little downside action, then that'll be good as well, as long as we get some action. Don't really care if it's up or down. Speaking of, I know Bitcoin was pushing higher today. Last time I looked, it was about back up to 65. Here's the IBIT ETF, looking pretty good. I tell you what, let's do, this thing has limited history. So what we're going to do here, and I've done this numerous times. Okay, I tell you what, let's do weekly instead. Less bars. Okay. So this is the entire existence of IBIT since they launched the ETFs back here, September. Actually, I don't know, something's wonky about this. But there we go. Okay. So I anchored to the first week of trading, which I think I did. It doesn't look like that though. Okay, one more time. Boom. Okay, what's going on here? Well, there we go. Okay, we'll just do the second one. Ain't gonna be that much of a difference. But look where we are right now. Notice the anchored VWAP, anchored from the second day, look very similar. We anchored to the first day, but very interesting if we can hold this level. And then, of course, there's our friend, the 10 period. So nice warm hug between the anchored VWAP from the second week of trading and the 10 period moving average. Gonna be very interesting to see as we enter the next bull run of Bitcoin, just how high might it go? That is true, David. And you can go back and track the long-term performance of the Holly plays, right? Um, and it'll show you the running total based on her original entry and what that stock would be up or down um, over the longer term. And yes, FNU period refers to the number of candlesticks or the amount of time contained. So these are weekly. So each one of these represents a week of trading, right? If we go back to the intraday, then a period, if we're saying a 10 period moving average, then it would be the previous 10 candles. Yep, that's right, JT. All the thinking goes into, from a trader's perspective, that's pre and post market stuff, right? Once we develop our list and we have our scanners and all that good stuff, time for thinking is over. It's trading time. It's time for reacting. Oh, well, this is meeting my criteria. The risk is in place. Boom, push the button. Or, looks good, too much risk, pass. Or looks good, too much risk. Okay, instead of doing a minimum of, you know, 200 shares, if I have to risk a point, I don't want to risk $200. I only want to risk $100. Then you got to cut your share size in half. I always find it funny when people say that's too expensive to trade. Well, no, it's not. You just do a little bit as long as you can, maintain your risk. I hear something.
Yeah, you hear my body creaking and along with my chair. I
Right.
don't know which is making a louder creak.
Oh yeah, the
Ah,
clicking and popping. Yeah. I've got
yeah.
trader's neck. Trader's neck for sure.
Traders. My wife is on me all the time. Get that neck back. Get that neck
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
Straighten those shoulders.
Hmm.
I say, honey, it's tough. It's tough. you
We're just
know?
gonna have to put you in a brace, Barry.
Yeah. Well, I
It'll
actually
be your
have a
trading
little.
armor.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, Jamie, I'm listening to you, of course, and you make it all sound so easy. So
Oh, goodness.
it's oh good. Well, it's the way you talk. It's just all you got to do is this. Have your trading plan, and then once the market opens, trade. Just trade, man. Just trade.
Yeah, it's funny because we used to make fun of each other back in the old days. Everybody's like, "I think this thing could keep going." I'm like, "Pfft, I don't care." It's like all I care about are these numbers right here on this screen.
Exactly.
I'm just here to try to make money. I don't really want to hypothesize about anything. As soon as that
Yeah.
momentum stops, I don't care.
I'm out.
I'm out. Yeah.
Gone.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exacto. So, okay, thank you, Jamie. I'll let you go now. It's 101. Thank you again for spelling me for the week for Wednesday, and I guess we'll see you next Wednesday.
You are very welcome, and thanks everybody for tolerating my spiel for an hour. And we'll see you guys next Wednesday.
Okay. Okay,
Ciao.
guys, I've taken over the screen, and let me just. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Get rid of the announcement. Get my music going, and then I'm ready to complete my 2 hours. What's my daily mix going to be today? Oh. All right. Okay, guys. So I did get out of the RSKD. Okay. It finally moved a little bit for me. And I just decided to get out of it. Okay. I was in at 613. This was like a long, long, long time ago. If I type in the right symbol, you'll see it RSKD. Yeah, so I was in at 6:13 and it did nothing. And then all of a sudden, right when I was on my break, 12:15, at 12:15, it popped, and then another one at 12:30 got up to 6:28. And right around here, 6:26, I decided to take my leave. So not a big deal, from 6:13 to 6:26. Not a big deal, but pay some bills. You sound like a prison sentence. Yeah. Well, now I'm looking at, let's take a look at, boy, that this is the one that I got stopped down on. And then I got back in and made a little bit the second time. But look at the VKTX now. Wow. Why didn't you do this here when I was in it? This was one from the distance to the next higher low has to be at least $2. That scan. And, I got in it here and got stopped out the first time and then made a little bit the next time. But look at this. I mean, look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume that came in right here. It's all about timing, What is that gauge on the far right time frame? The gauge on the far right time frame. Are you talking about, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about this shaded area here in red and green? Okay. Yeah, that's just let me give me a moment here. SLS. I don't care now. So in order to see that, if you right click on your chart and go to properties, go to properties, and this box should pop up, and just check show smart risk levels. Okay. See what happens when I uncheck it, they disappear. And again, so if I right click properties, now they showed up on my other monitor. And so what it's doing is this, Will, and anybody else listening. Say I take a look at AWIN. So they're saying a suggestion. If I took this trade right now at 703, okay, right now, they're saying a suggested stop would be right there at 661. Okay. That's what this is telling you. And then this green line, or this green shaded area, is basically double the red shaded area. So if we make the math easy, if I get in at 7 and that stop down here is 650, 50 cents away, then that at the top here would be $8, double 50 cents. Okay. If I get in at 7, it would be up here at 8, if that makes sense. So that, again, the green shaded is just double. So it's a gauge. I mean, I don't use it. I mean, I think I've never actually used it. I mean, it's generated by taking a look at the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, and it generates this smart stop. Now, understand that the smart stop changes. The smart stop is dependent on what the current price is. So if I had clicked on it here, the smart stop would have been below. So let me maybe try to explain it better. So here's LIDAR, LIDR. So if I was going to take this right at 346, my suggested stop would be 330. Suggested stop would be 330, okay? But if it moves up here to $4, and that's when you're clicking on it, that smart stop moves higher, if that makes sense. The smart stop is always in relation to whatever the current price is. Okay? Now, were you clicking on an AI alert? Oh, okay. Because I have to remember, when you click on an AI alert, it's not there. Okay, but it is there. Okay, good. So an AI alert has its own stop. So it doesn't have a smart stop in the same way. Mike Storm, yes. The formula editor is how you create that, the high-low with that formula in place. Yes, that starts with ABS. Yes. Well, GME is still kind of in what I call, sort of stuck in a bit of a range here. I know there's been opportunities. I guess that's not quite, but there's been opportunities certainly to trade it. But, I wonder if it's going to have the big breakout. The big breakout, up or down. Your smart risk level is grayed out. Okay. So, yeah. So again, if you click on an AI alert, I just clicked on AWIN from our AI. If I click on TTOO from our AI and I right click, you're absolutely right. Sorry, properties, it's grayed out. That's because the AI has its own kind of, call it, proprietary stop. Okay. So it doesn't want to confuse the issue by having another type of a stop. But if as long as you don't click on something from the AI, it will not be grayed out. So if I click on anything from here, SOWG, and I right click, properties. It's another. Well, it's on my other monitor, but it will not be grayed out. It's only because you're clicking on AI alerts. Okay, make sense? Because it doesn't want to have a competitive stop, if you will. Like two stops sort of competing with each other. So let's make sure. Click on any alert outside of the AI, any symbol, and you'll see it is not grayed out. So I don't know what you mean, Michael Storm. Use the prefix AVS. I don't know what you mean by that in our YouTube room. So, I mean, we've had three excellent ones from the AI guys. I mean, obviously the AWIN, this says 32%, but remember at one point, that was the candle that we had the alert at. And before it pulled back at all, there's the alert price, 528. Before it pulled back at all, I mean, this got up to 974. So, and then we've got the tattoo, 511 to 577. I think I didn't take this one. I think because, yeah, I don't know. I thought I saw a little bit of resistance, but evidently didn't listen to me. And then this one I did talk a lot about, man. So if you're looking, these are kind of momentum trades, and then this one was a pullback, really a pullback trade. Because look what happened. I mean, it had a big move in the pre-market. It's an earnings play, but look, opening candle, it just tanked. But our AI found it right there. That's pretty impressive, guys. Seriously, that is pretty impressive for a bounce. And since then, it really has been pretty easy to keep in the trade without getting out even a portion, because there's been no giant red candles. Well, the prefix is ABS. Then. Oh, I see, Michael. The prefix is ABS for absolute. Well, just for fun, yeah, I think I've got about the same price alert. I've got one. Well, I've got one down here, 3180 or so for GME, and interesting. There's been a lot of short covering. There's been quite a bit of short covering because the last time I looked, there were 600,000 shares available, and now there are a million. So there's been a lot of short covering. Now, this is astonishing because the last few days there have been zero all day long. Are the scanners in the channel bar? No, that's for my broker. Yeah, I should always mention this is just Interactor Brokers. Okay, JT. Every broker is, of course, going to be different. No, it's got nothing to do. So when you say are they the same, you gave under your name. Are you talking about on my homepage? They're not the same. There could be one. I think there's one. The option scanners, but otherwise, no. If that's what you're talking about, Michael. Interesting. I have no. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I know, Michael. It has my watch list. It's just got some stocks that I've hearted. That's all. But it has no relation to anything you're seeing necessarily. All right, guys. I am now starting to look at again this distance from the next high to low. So 60.99 CYTK, but it pulled back. But let's just put a price alert up in that area and see if it takes it out later. And of course, my AMN. Now look at this room underneath healthcare services. Look at the room underneath here. I love the scan, guys, because I love seeing these. When I look left all the time, I know I'm going to see some usually giant gap, at least $2, of course, but sometimes a lot more. Now, it doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. But I mean, there's a part of me that also says you could maybe start using these for bounce plays. Depending on how extended they are. Ah, shoot! I thought I was in it. I'm not in it. I thought I was in the short. Just check my my account. I didn't get the short. Shoot. Now, admittedly, it may be a good thing. The spread was 1934, but SLNA, Jay's asking SLNA, room to 50. Let's see. You're a funny man, Jay. Are you talking? Are you trying to be serious? 10-cent stock. So, guys, I want to repeat this. Oh, 50 cents. Oh, I see. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were, well, not to me anyway, when I looked at it, just out of, I don't trade these, but, um, well, I mean, you've got a weekly high here, which is 11.65 cents. You've got another weekly high here of 16.5 cents. So, I mean, I don't know how to answer that. I mean, anything can happen, but I mean, to me anyway, you've got areas where it could stall easily before it hits 50 cents. If it ever hits it, if it ever does hit 50 cents. Now, if you like this, go for it. A lot of volume came in today. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just looking at. So the AWIN is actually kind of trying to base a little bit here. This could be one of those later in the day. We're at 121 now. Later in the day, if the volume comes in, it could easily shoot this up again. We see this happen quite a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'll put an alert. I know it sounds crazy that I'd give away $1, but I'll put an alert around 790 and see if it gets up to that 8 level. Because if it does, then it's kind of taking all this out, and then traders will be looking at this high, which was almost $10. Wow, guys, I mean, it's pretty strange. I can't remember a day like this where we had nothing in the 10-day daily breakdown. Nothing. I know the market's ripping and it hasn't had any pullback at all, but you usually get one or two. And even having said that, other days sometimes they're both full, and this is not even that full. Oh man, that's a tough one to trade, though, isn't it? CTNT, at least for me, just with the topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, it's hard to figure out where are you going to put a stop. For me, anyway, unless you put it so wide, and then you've got to hope that it has a big gain. Yeah, this volume is still terrible. I mean, the SOWG is still terrible. 257,000 shares. You can tell it doesn't trade very much because 250,000 shares represents 103 times normal up to this time of day. And I did have a day back here also, but it doesn't really trade very much at all. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking here 7,000, 7,000, 4,000. I mean, it hardly trades at all. I had a couple of two big days today, but typically when a company has earnings, I mean, I guess it has exploded for it in terms of the volume, but hard to trade. I mean, it looks so nice though. I mean, it looks so nice on earnings and the room it's got to that next high. Well, again, I just didn't get this one, but there's the AMN, an alert at 59.20. No, I'm sorry, right here, 59.55. And it's gone down to 59.14. Yeah, notice I've got a 30-minute delay, not a delay. I phrased it incorrectly. I don't repeat for 30 minutes. So you can see I had one alert, AMN at 12:47. The price was 59.55. Another alert 30 minutes away later at 59.20. And that's on purpose because I was getting them over and over and over and over again. Now, I think what I'm also going to do is I'm going to have a don't repeat version of it. In other words, don't repeat for the day. So I want to see that first time we had an alert, and that so far this is what I'm seeing now. I just created this probably at 12:47, 12:57. So it's not going to be too full. Amazon. I haven't seen Amazon. Amazon rarely shows up on any of my scans. All right, guys. What do you have on store for us today, William, in terms of time, keeping the room open? $4:05 or so. So there must be something happening at 4 o'clock. Who's releasing? Cisco. Okay. I just don't hear about Cisco anymore. I mean, obviously they still exist, but boy, there used to be I would put them, well, maybe not up there with Microsoft and Intel and all that, but I used to hear Cisco all the time, Cisco Systems. Just trying to see where the all-time high is. So I'm going back to 2013. So it looks like it started trading at Cisco in 2009. So the all-time high isn't that long ago. I guess it's up here, $63. So that was, guess what? No, that wasn't pandemic. So that was January 2022. It's slumped a bit, but not horribly. Speaking of horribly, what is Duolingo doing? Anybody here have Spotify by any chance? Like pay for it? You do. Okay, Daniel and Smooth. So, wow, okay, a few of you. Okay. So, again, I'm sorry, guys, just give me one moment, okay? So, I am not listening to Sirius anymore because it seemed to have really degrade my system. So, I am listening to Spotify, just the free version. What the heck does the pay version give me? Is the free the free version sounds pretty good. I have, the odd ad every now and then, but it's not a big deal. But yeah, but the ads to me are not that obtrusive. What else does it do? Is that it? I mean, is that the only difference? Just the no ads? Can't make during gym time. I can see that, but listening to the odd ad to me is not a big. So, what are you limited to, Poe? Though, what are you actually limited to, other than ads? Well, having to hear ads. Okay. Okay, you cannot listen to every song on one album. Not that I would want to do that, but okay. All right. I'm more of a shuffle guy. Guys, here's another nice one. I mean, here's 7101, 7156. I did not take it. I'm just kind of really watching. I mean, we got a lot of alerts, okay? And actually, 4 was earlier. Look at that. 7022. Let's see if it was even earlier. Wow, 7003, 1009. Now, I'm not saying it would have been easy to hold on. Yeah, I'm serious. If I found a way that I could trade a few of these a day, they're not all going to be winners. They're a lot, I hate to use the word easier, but it's awesome to get into these these low floaters and all that. It's great when they work for you, but they can be pretty stressful. And by the way, John Sturtevant, are you still in the room? In the YouTube room? Pepe. Okay, so I'll go to Tom's Guide and he'll tell me. Tom, I know I like Tom's Guide, and he'll tell me what the difference is between free and premium of Spotify. So maybe John is not there anymore in our YouTube room. Ah, okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. Which stock analyst tends to be the most accurate on stock forecasts? How about Fuzzy Panda? I don't know, Daniel. I mean, you're talk. I mean, obviously, people will probably on the day of maybe if Goldman Sachs comes out with some kind of a price target, just because they're so big, and people know them. And I'm not saying I would trust Goldman Sachs, but so I really don't know. I have no idea. There's probably a website out there that ranks the analysts. Yeah, I do remember Pandora. Ah, okay. Maybe that's in terms of higher sound quality. Sound quality is pretty darn good for me. I'm okay, guys. You know what? GME is starting to curl here. GME is starting to curl, and again, if it takes up this 3624, which is the high of these two 15-minute charts right there, I mean, seriously, that could get it running. And it's funny, for somebody who has I have the AirPods in my ear for about 6-7 hours a day, and I probably went through, I don't know, 15 or 20 headsets trying to figure out which is the, and I always came back to the AirPods. For me, they just they don't get me tired in terms of the clamping. I have the really expensive Sony. I mean, they're awesome, of course, but too much clamping for 6 hours. And I tried the ones that pop into your ear. These just hang in the ear. For me anyway, they're incredibly comfortable. Now, I guess if you're working out, may not be that as good. Yeah, keep an eye on this GME. Seriously, guys. I mean, it is hugging now the 10 SMA. Okay. If you look at my the 15-minute chart, and you see that orange line moving down, and now it's starting to curl up. Yes, curl. And it's holding. And I just have this feeling if it takes this out with any sort of volume, this area right up here, which is around 3613, 3624, 3613. So Tony, I'm not talking, about the one that fits directly into your ear, the AirPods Plus or whatever. I'm talking about the ones that actually hang in my ear. You're right. I anything that fits right in my ear, I couldn't handle it. The Sony I love. I love them. I got that whatever the expensive Sony over the ear, but too much for 6 hours for me anyway. But the sound is awesome. Guys, keep an eye again, really keep an eye on this, especially the volume is starting. What time is it now? 1:39. So we still have 6 minutes for this volume bar to close. So the volume is still pretty steady for GME. Yeah, I haven't paid any attention to this because it's under a dollar, but I see it is front and center, FFIE. Did see it in the pre-market, saw it get up to 70. So this is the type of stock that, maybe tomorrow, if it takes out a dollar, there'll be a lot of people like myself who won't trade stocks under a dollar. Just, I don't know, a psychological barrier, whatever. And but once it gets over a dollar, I'll certainly look at it. Now this, at one point this was up here at 353. Yeah, AMC, I just have this feeling that AMC will not be like a GME. I may be wrong, but by the same token, I guess those two highs there are around 565, which is sort of equivalent to the two 15-minute candles that GME had. So I'll stick an alert there. I just think though that it's going to be the GME that'll probably, if anything, I don't think it'll drag AMC along as much. But of course, I could be wrong, and that's why we put draw. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to experiment on myself. 141. So I am going to be a test case study right now. Because you're wondering, what am I talking about? I'm going to load Sirius again, but in the way in which, as I'm waiting, I'm really waiting on this GME. Okay, see if it takes that out. Sirius, where are you? And then they said, don't go to the library. Holds 36. Hold 36. Hold 36. Hold 36. Just give me a moment. Close that. Guys, I'm having to just watch GME. Okay, come on, go, go. Sorry, Kiri. Have you shorted it already? I'm hoping. Okay, good. I hate to go against anybody in the room. Okay, good. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I know. I'm doing all this order entry stuff. Okay, 37 now. Okay, I've taken some off now, guys. I've taken some off. It's right around just a little over that 37 mark. But in just over that. Again, guys, the 36.18. That was my clue right there. Okay. Now 40 would be a to me anyway a very well. Love. I mean, if I got close to 40, I'd be super happy. But 40 might be the block. Well, here's AMC now, guys. AMC is lagging. It is lagging GME. Okay. Volume is. I'm not as interested in this as, of course, the GME. And it's all about the volume, guys. So I mean, look at the volume that came in right there. Okay, that volume came in right there. 148. I mean, this is still a big volume bar. This hasn't closed yet. Still has 12 minutes. So the volume, picking up. I will not be overstaying my welcome, but I again, I'd be a little amazed if it got up to 40. Not necessarily on this thrust here, but Well, the people at IB, Interactive Brokers, they're still waiting then to short this because same number of shares approximately that I saw last time. I guess they're waiting to see it get a little higher. But one point, well, a little over 1 million shares available. Oh, this ugly one. GNS, guys. So this just got halted or news. It had news and now it's resumed. What sort of news could they possibly have? It's an earnings play tomorrow. Tomorrow. Singaporean stock. Okay, guys. GME over 38 now. Over 38. Okay, sitting at 38 now. 37.8. So sitting at 38 now. A little underneath. Oh, over 38 again now, guys. Over 38 again. It's like a horse race. $38 again. It's amazing. Yeah, I mean the volume is huge. Hmm. Actually, let me just do some quick math. Yeah, the 38-39 area actually, because when they did their forward split, I think it was at $156, something like that, which translates to $38. I've been saying $40 if it's a one at because I was sort of estimating that that they did it at 160. Anyway, now do I flip the script? I just don't have the, I mean, it got right into that, like almost the 39, almost the 39. Yeah, a lot of volume. I mean, you know what? I mean, this could turn out to be well, at least the second biggest volume bar of the day. So there's still enthusiasm here because the 10 o'clock candle is the biggest one so far, and then the next one at 10:15. But this one is challenging, and it still has 5 minutes to close. A little less than five, but a little over 4 minutes. Thank you, River Place. Okay, let me take a look at that. So 7:22:21. Okay. Boy, is that long ago? That long ago. Yeah, okay, 22 sounds a little, yeah. So, July, yeah, that makes sense. You see, I've been always talking about the high of 40, which is approximately where they did the reverse split, about 160. Or not the reverse split, the forward split, okay? Now, PSFE, obviously an earnings play today, or yesterday, sorry. Yesterday was its earnings day. Now, before people say, "No, no, it was on the 13th," but that was post-market on the 13th, so the reaction is always the next day, so when it's post-market, so there it is on the 14th, so that was its earnings day yesterday, okay? Now, it is starting to give it up a bit here. These are the ones I love because, I mean, they're breaking down through a whole number, so it's pretty simple to put a stop. Whew, okay, wow, GME is right back up, guys. I mean, it could take out 38 again. It's right back up. Look at the volume. The volume is stellar. GME, look at that volume bar now. So now it is the second biggest one, and it still has 45 seconds. Who knows? Maybe. What's the volume here on this candle? Is 7.78, and the volume here is 6.95. Come on, 100,000 shares. You can do it. 100,000 shares. Wow. Look at it now. I'm not in it anymore. I'm not in it anymore. But some of you must be. I'm sure some of you must be. There have been some shares snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Remember, it was over a million. So, and you're right, Shady. It is now halted. Yikes. So, no clue yet. 38.84. There's the halt. So, no clue really where it's going to open. My guess is it's going to open higher. Ah, little excitement to end the day. Hedge fund Renaissance Technologies added a new long position in GameStop. Okay. So River Plays Dad 1 in our YouTube room. You are using the anchored VWAP. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm just conversing with a couple of guys at Trade Ideas now. Okay, so if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open about 2:04 plus 49 seconds. So we still have a little bit to go, 2 minutes to go if it's a 5-minute halt. Well, let's see where it could open. Again, I don't think there's any clue right now. Now, there's no big clue right now. I mean, it's basically at the halt price telling you, so there's no clue. So Pepe, I think that's the answer regarding Sirius. Just don't go to the library. As that because I'm not hearing anything now on my computer, which of course makes sense. Makes no sense to 99.999% of the people who might have heard me. Okay, let's see. What time is it now? 204. So 204. So another 29 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Another 29 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Okay, open. It just opened, guys. Yes, so it was a 5-minute halt. And it opened and it popped a little bit above the halt price. 38.84 was the hot price, and it's at 39 now, over 39 now. Forty is so big, in my opinion. And what's the volume like? So look at that volume, man, almost. Look at that, 7.38 million, and this was 7.78 million. So almost the biggest volume bar of the day was this volume bar right here, challenging that one. So let's see if the volume can continue. I just want to induce it over 39 again. Yeah. So what's the volume is like? It's got to get more, got to get a lot more volume here if it's going to continue higher. Yeah, still a battle at 38 for GME. Still not seeing a piling in of shorting from IB anyway. Okay. I'm just keeping an eye on this. Well, wait a minute. A couple 100,000 shares just went. Just went. Okay. So that's interesting. Okay. At Interactive Brokers, a couple 100,000 shares just went short. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, but well, I'm still kind of waiting on a 40 break if it happens. It kissed it, but not quite. Well, maybe it did. What did it get to? Got up to 40, right to 40. So I'm kind of waiting on a 40 break to see if it happens later. So I'll just stick a price alert in that area. Yeah, below the VWAP now, though, as River Place Dad 1 in our YouTube room is saying, yeah, 38.39. So it's a below the VWAP. Better put a price alert there. See if it gets reclaims the VWAP. Yeah, again, it could be one of these, post market. You could have I mean, it's been so active post market, after 4 o'clock Eastern. That's the last 2 days. Okay. But no guarantee it's going to happen today. Okay, guys, while I'm waiting, let's take a look at my homepage one last time. All the information you can find there. All right. So this is what you'll see on my homepage. First of all, here's how you can take out a subscription. Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off. First month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay. And all I ask, use my code. This will really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit every time somebody uses my code to take out a subscription. And that's how we keep the room free. You must do the get started 10 short videos, Trading 101, if you are new to trading. A free series of videos designed just for you. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. The big education section is here. If you want to learn how to make a custom formula like that I've been talking about, not the actual formula itself, but just the concept of creating a custom filter, you can click here and go to the user guide. And where it says custom formulas, it's right here. It shows you how you can create a custom formula. And if you're interested in the code that you would put in for that distance to the next high or low, just let me know. And if you are looking for my scan, so and you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down until you see the scan section. And here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Ultra Strength Leaders is right here. And here is the Pulse Resumes is right over here. I have other scans, of course, and you can take a look at them. And again, this is a trading and support room. Okay, don't if you're out there thinking, well, you don't want to interrupt me. Look, I'll tell you if I'm in a dynamic trade like GME, I'll let you know. But typically, that's not the case. So don't be shy. Okay, don't feel like you're interrupting me. Just ask the question. If I can help, I will. If I can't, I'll try to direct you to somebody who can. All right, guys, I'm just waiting on the GME. I really am. I think, it has that shot. Been hugging that 10 SMA. Steve loves that 10 SMA. Look at the 15-minute chart. That orange line you see, it's been hugging the 10 SMA, and it has not dropped down below it yet. Doesn't mean it's not going to, but I am glad I left AMC alone. Now, as I said earlier, keep an eye on the AWIN. It's really now it's kind of a little bit of consolidation now for an hour. And if we get some volume, I mean, look how the volume has just dwindled, though. I mean, there's hardly any volume now for AWIN. But if all of a sudden we get some volume coming in, it could shoot this higher, and who knows, maybe challenge the highs. So I had an alert at 8, but I'll probably reduce that to try to take out that 10 SMA and see if it can take that out and just really pop it going into the close for a while anyway. Oh man, this SOWG actually did put in a pretty darn good move. Talked about this one earlier. Not very much volume, but it did have a nice move. Ah, come on. Oh, I'm watching Shady. I am watching this 37, so it's at 37 now, 36.90. Love to see it take out 37 in a big way, like 37.30, 37.40. I think it could move from there. I know I've been waiting for 40, but VWAP support 38.35. Okay, 38.35. You mean you want it to get through because the VWAP is at 38.35 for GME. So it's significantly under that. Yeah, I mean, the volume is still pretty good. Okay. I mean, obviously, it's not as big as that two 15-minute candles ago, but not bad, even that one. And let's see if this one can, it's got to get going. Need some volume. All right, guys. So keep an eye on the AWIN now. Okay. So it's right at that 10 SMA. Okay. Right at it. The volume, I mean, it's hard to see. Okay. This is because it's sort of exponential. I mean, that's so huge. I mean, the volume is still pretty good. It's 330,000, but it's hard to see it. That's all. When it's being compared to all these volume bars. Come on, move, 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 move. All right, guys. Wow, took some off. Okay, took some off. The AWIN, and see if it can have any sort of a run now. I mean, it's had a great little run since that break right there. You guys wonder why sometimes I take off at 3 or even earlier, so I can kind of trade on my own. But guys, you see how that worked. We see this many, many, many times. Okay, these ones that go absolutely crazy at the beginning of the day, and then they kind of chop around for a while. Now, I would have preferred for it to be up in this area, to be honest, up in this area, doing it and kind of consolidating. But, I had a pretty good consolidation down here, at least 45 minutes. And then it was just a matter of, okay, what level does it have to take out? And nobody knows for sure. Maybe Sirius is acting up. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Where are you seeing the VWAP, Kiri? I see the VWAP for GME. Unless I'm wrong, maybe need some confirmation. But it could be the VWAP could be a magnet also. 3834. That's where I have it. Really? That's a big difference. That is a big difference. So normally our VWAP is pretty 3782. Well, it's all over the place. 3834, 3782, 3697, 36. Usually it's a lot closer. $37.19. Wow, it's all over the place then. I honestly don't know who's right. Usually I'm usually pretty confident about our VWAP number, but maybe it's because it's so 35.15. Well, but it's not time dependent, JMac, right? I mean, it's not time dependent, like 15-minute chart, 10-minute chart. I mean, the VWAP's the VWAP. 37.12 at, well, whatever it is. Well, whatever it is, it's not, it's not Let's see if we can get back over 37 again. But I don't understand when you say a 1-minute chart. Because to me, the VWAP's the VWAP. Doesn't it's it's just the VWAP. That's where the most trading has taken place. Doesn't matter whether it's a 1 minute or 15 or at least our VWAP. Notice I say VWAP. Well, back over 37. Bottoming tails now, guys. Bottoming tails. Sellers have been trying to knock it down, but the buyers keep stepping in. So far, anyway. You know what, guys? I think I'll take off now. I'm trying to do some stuff on my own, okay, and it's a little bit difficult trying to keep track of what's happening in the room. So I think I will take off now, if that's okay. I will put the the trading room in their YouTube room, okay. So you guys can head over to to our main room if you want. Okay, this room will be open. That room will be open till 4 o'clock or 4:05. But I'd just like to do a few things on my own without having to monitor anything. Okay. So thanks a lot for all the help. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll get live on the mic around 9 a.m. Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Now, YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down.